have like a lunch break today, so if you are running late over, it's fine.
Okay. Yeah, I'm not really stressed. This is just for the kids at home.
Yeah, exactly.
That's why everything's.
Yeah. How long do you think it is? We'll find out.
I don't think it's that long. I think it's like maybe 30. Yeah.
3.
That's it.
Yeah, whatever. I mean, let's give it 10 minutes because people.
It's morning vibes. People are getting their coffee. They're waking up.
Yeah.
People are straggling in right now.
Yeah, maybe I'll go
Yeah, all good. Were you always a front of the class kid in school? Fair. Very fair. He's like, you're actually making fun of my accessibility right now? Hello.
It's tough being the first speaker in the morning.
Oh yeah, but listen, it's for the kids at home. That's why it's recorded.
Yeah, exactly right. Yeah. Well, have a good time. Good
Thank
luck.
you.
I'm John, by the way.
Reggie,
Reggie. Nice to meet you.
nice meeting you. Hello. Amazing. Good morning. Wow. Incredible feeling to get a good morning back. I appreciate all of you being here. I know 10 a.m. after a night of AG Cook and Charlie is, choices were made last night. But my name is Reggie James. I'm really excited to kick off Saturday here at FWB. I see a lot of friendly faces. And yeah, let's get into it. This one's for the kids at home right now. So I see a lot of friends, but in case, you have no context of who I am or what I do, I'm the co-founder and CEO of Eternal. We are building new platforms and kind of media types that power and center on artists and subcultures. I was born June 26, 1995. I'm a Cancer, right at that cusp. You see it, Cancer boys. I was born in New York, but I was raised in the Poconos, so these woods are very just like home. Shawnee, hey, yo, wait, who said that? Let's go, baby. Yeah, I grew up in East Stroudsburg. And then I did undergrad at Wharton, which was hell. And now I live in Brooklyn, which is heaven. And yeah, I'm a writer, product, human, DJ, and then, all the pluses just stand for expansive territory, I suppose. Okay, so this talk is about embracing irrelevancy and how irrelevancy is actually extremely, extremely crucial for progress. I think that I wasn't here last year, but I think timing was kind of, bull vibes, and now it's deep bear vibes, almost invisible vibes. And I think that that's really good. So I think the first thing to just grok is that crypto is irrelevant. We're not even gonna really dive into that any more than that. It just is. And I don't mean that in a way of the software doesn't matter or anything like that. I just mean broad cultural narrative, outside of Capitol Hill that wants to kind of regulate. Crypto really doesn't matter. But why is irrelevancy good? I think irrelevancy is incredibly good. And I want to kind of start off by thinking about what happens when you're extremely relevant, which is this kind of constant position of pose. And one of my favorite books, Camera Lucida by Roland Barthes, talks about pose a good amount. I was really digging this quote. It says, "The pose is the opposite of nature. Pose things are deliberately arranged, calculated. They have no other meaning than to allude to their own artifice. The opposite of the natural is not the artificial. It is the posed." I think that, being relevant in the nature of publicly building is pretty much synonymous with having a camera on you at all times. It creates this persistent sense of pose, and that doesn't necessarily create the behaviors that are organic or free-flowing as we might think they are to be. When the price is up and quality projects are plenty and the capital environment is rich, relevancy and camera are at peak and they're welcomed. I mean, FWB has a couple New York Times pieces. We can kind of go through all of the media stack around crypto from the past few years, and that's kind of just been going down into the way of a mix of scams, of government scrutiny, obviously price collapse. And I think this has been a unique gift to crypto in thrusting it to its irrelevancy. It's really easy to pay attention to something when, it's up and it's stuck. But when, it's in the trenches, it's a little different. So then we have to ask ourselves, what do affordances, allow for? And what's the playbook that we can have to emerge, out of it, right? Because irrelevancy for too long of a time basically just turns into nothingness. It just collapses in on itself, right? So first, let's talk about Steve, the boy. So handsome, great necks, turtleneck. I think that we all have kind of an intuitive sense or understanding of Steve, but I think that comes really as an understanding of his return, not of his, essentially, has-beenness, which he was a has-been for a period of time in the Valley. So let's just speed run some history. Apple I, okay, cool. Apple II, that's what blows up. That's what makes Apple. Lisa fails. The Mac fails. And people forget that the Mac fails. The Mac did not sell. It was, a dope piece of product that expanded our understanding from the graphical user interface, user friendliness, but the end-to-end control, did not fit at the time of 1984. And despite the ad itself being, extremely reverential, it was a commercial failure. And it does lead to Steve getting exiled, right? And so, although he has a good, loyal base of fanatics that help mythologize his boot from Apple, he was booted. And he, takes some folks and he starts next. Black box, that fails, right? And so now he's just standing on nothing, right? He's in the trenches. But he sees a little sliver of opportunity and builds the OS that Apple buys. Steve throws everyone out. Old guard that ran Apple into a huge deficit. The Newton, blah, blah, blah. Cuts 80% of the product line, shedding all the fat, shedding the sin. Massive layoffs. And then the iMac and the clamshell, and everyone. That's where most people pick up on the story, right? And I think one of the biggest mistakes in tech is thinking that the Walter Isaacson book is good. It's not. Just a piece of advice. The Steve Jobs books that everyone should read is Becoming Steve Jobs. And I forget it's like a dual author. But what it really kind of traces is the unique psyche state that Steve was in, somewhat outside of the public eye. And it starts on this really beautiful story of him meeting with, some other leaders. And he is in this meeting, and they're trying to do some philanthropy campaign for some medical crisis. And he's just screaming at them until they kick him out. And then he's crying in the parking lot, sobbing uncontrollably until someone goes out and kind of calms him down. And Steve, from a psyche perspective, was incredibly just a mess. But at Next, during his exile, is where he really refines, is where he really learns, proper management and trust and all these special things. And that's what allows him to create the Apple that, we know and revere him for. So this exile, this sense of irrelevancy, just kind of proves itself to be really important. It might be my deeply Christian nature, but I believe all things are a redemption journey in life. Without redemption, there's nothing. And I think it kind of shapes my entire worldview, including economics. So in kind of this broader, the world works off of redemption arcs, the redemptive image becomes extremely important. That creates the necessary part of all movements, whether individual, spiritual, group, what have you. And that image has to be an image of hope. You don't want to redeem yourself into hell. That doesn't make any sense, right? So let's just think about one of my favorite people in the world. So the redemption, sense of progress is a spiral. We sin, yay, Taylor Swift. You retreat, yay, goes to Hawaii. The site of repentance affords new values. The studio rules for My Beautiful Dark Twisted Fantasy, which I'm sure plenty of people have seen. You reemerge as a new image, My Beautiful Dark Twisted Fantasy. I don't think it's the best album, but that's a whole other talk. That's a full yay talk. And then of course you sin again, because that's what you do. And I've written plenty of times that I think yay's art form is actually just a macro redemptive journey. It is full performance art. And the music is kind of just one of the tools that allows us to give him that redemption. But in this same manner, this is, again, irrelevancy. Post the Taylor thing, yay was irrelevant, exiled, canceled, whatever the term you want to use. And that space is what allows the blade to be reformed. And, this kind of back and forth, that progress is a spiral, particularly in 3D space, if you draw that out, it's still forward. So, I did this talk last year in San Francisco at the Long Now Foundation about creative directing Mars. And we kind of had this structure of, understanding kind of like setting an environment where we are, this production of an image to get to where you want to go, and then arriving at that new environment. And I feel like irrelevancy is kind of like progress is fog of war. You're kind of put into a new map, this new environment, but you get to tool in the dark. You get to refine language in the dark to emerge formidable again. And I think, in an age of, if you scroll the For You side of Twitter, whatever, X, whatever, anyway, you'll see, every other scroll, if you're not using this AI tool that came out yesterday, you're 7 months behind and your kids are gonna be homeless. That's just like the formula for speaking about things. And I think that, it's better to be irrelevant than to be grifted upon endlessly. And, to John's talk yesterday, it is kind of the speed of our environment is that narratives can kind of go hyper-pace. And irrelevancy kind of shields you from that, Maybe it's just a function of algorithmic formation, who knows? But, my Twitter feed is really about AI grift. And I think, 2 years ago, it was all crypto grift, right? So we have this really unique space of kind of being hidden from the grifters, some of them at least. SBF is still out there. So in this fog of war, right, I think that's what makes you a threat. Being thought out of it, it allows for the counter-strike, not the direct strike. And it's the counter-strike that cripples the opponent. I think no one really saw, unless you're really paying attention, ChatGPT coming. But that was in the works for years. And it was during AI's irrelevancy period. I think, not to mention John again, but I think one of the things I disagreed with was AI had multiple hype cycles before this hype cycle. I actually think that we're kind of, me personally, I think we're kind of past the actual like trough of disillusionment, what have you. And I think we are kind of entering into this potential supersonic phase. Obviously, it's going to get chopped down again because it's all cyclical, but this is probably like the third or fourth AI hype cycle, that I can remember. So I feel like it might be even more. And yeah, I wrote recently that the AI irrelevance is the only thing that allowed it to be a boomtown, because it allowed people to really, really hunker down and cut 80% of that product line and cut all of the fat that allowed it to be this lean, mean machine. And now, we're getting that again, but the core tenets of what has allowed that to happen, I think, remain, and I think that's what crypto is in desperate need for. So to make this slightly tactical, what is the playbook? This is like, you can't walk into a crypto conference and just say that you're irrelevant and then walk out and expect not to get jumped. It's not how this works. So what's the playbook, right? What's the playbook to emerge from irrelevancy? There's obviously the Steve one, right? 80% of things that have been built need to die. We're not really in control of that, but the markets will kind of do that on its own. So as a builder, right? Let's just think about it. Something that I say a lot is that language creates expectation. I think that technology has lost its ability to speak about itself, and not to keep going to the shrine of Apple. But I think the thing that made Apple so beloved that it really knew how to speak about itself. When I think about the example of the AI grift, right? That's an example of a company not wanting to take on its own narrative, whether out of fear, whether out of, this kind of macro combativeness with the press. But I think one of the worst things that's ever happened to the tech psyche is this belief of community-based narratives, and allowing the community to kind of set that narrative direction, because everyone has their own agenda, right? And if you don't give a referential object for them to attach themselves to, it's going to go in whatever their personal referential object is, and that's not that's not why I'm building, at least. And so I think really honing in on language and not on chain versus on dash chain. We have to get really, it's funny. It's funny. It's great for Twitter, but like we have to get really, really serious about like, do we care if this shit works or not, right? And like those types of arguments, like I see them and I'm just like, dog. Ken and Brad in Dime Square enjoying like some wine does not care about on-chain versus on-chain, right? And it's like, what language are they going to care about? What is the model that they can actually attach to? And if adoption doesn't matter, then cool, adoption doesn't matter. It can stay a really dope insular thing. I don't think that's actually a problem. It brought us all here. But I think the way that folks speak about this new internet and like ownership, you know, let's find some language that builds that expectation base, or else we're just kind of, you know, circle jerking. Build new symbols of hope without creating a narrative of forced chaos. You know, I think that I've talked about this a lot before, but a lot of the reference points of crypto are dark. It is dark literature. It is collapse. And if the other side of this thing working is the complete failure of the institutions that are upholding everyday life, what incentive is there for me to help push this future? You know, I think it was funny, Jesse, that started off yesterday, you know, was talking about like, we all have to, you know, rally and bring this to the forefront. And if this is gonna work, it has to, you know, be a full team effort. And that's true. But if there isn't like a collective image symbol of what that looks like, that is beautiful. You know, I don't see why my labor and resources should be attributed to that mass push of pushing Bikini Bottom somewhere else. And then finally is find the images that are on the other side of this language and symbol, right? That's kind of what this naturally boiled down into in my example. I should have put this in here, but there's this ad that Apple put out, and it's like a really just like deep cut, and it's this guy in his apartment. He has a cat on his lap. He's in casual clothing. This is like 1980s again, and his like computer is right next to his bed. And it struck me that we had finally reached that image that Apple was trying to attain during the pandemic. You know, it was this really full-centered apartment that handled all of your needs, that was casual, that was not in the suit of the 80s, but, you know, you in jeans in a nice Eames chair and your cat on your lap, while some work was getting automated in the background. We have to find these images that will give the direction and just aggregation of force to push anything forward. So, again, this is from my creative directing Mars talk that I did with Eugene, but I think this kind of gives a sense of where we are. We're currently in Irrelevancy Island, right? There's, you know, FWB's kind of, you know, on that island, right? And I think part of the entire point of this is to help set a set of new values that will manifest itself in products or organizations or communities that can guide us into a new era of crypto, on-chain, Web3, you know, whatever we want to call it, right? It's all the same in my opinion. But I think we should cherish this Irrelevancy Island a little bit. I don't think we should be too eager to leave, too eager to think about what like a viral social Web3 product looks like. We might need another year for some other piece of technology to emerge, and then we can Nintendo that thing into where we are today, right? It's kind of like when they say, don't run away from your job, run into like your new thing, right? Like, you don't want to run away into Irrelevancy Island with a boat that has a lot of holes in it. You're just going to die and drown out there. And I think what we're feeling collectively as an industry is seeing a lot of projects that we probably care about, a lot of communities that we probably cared about at some point die out because they, you know, didn't take the time to kind of set these new values. And, you know, kind of, you know, part of my whole thing is that only radical honesty can build this boat. I feel like I haven't seen anyone in crypto kind of talk about its irrelevancy. You know, there's a lot of, there's a big propensity, if you have the right bank account, to simply buy pop culture and graft it onto your thing and act as if that you are now part of that macro culture, I can assure you they don't view you that way. They view you as a paycheck. And that's the relationship, right? And so if we're not being like radically honest about these things, we will never build the boat that gets us to whatever scale, it is that we deem as useful for this larger project. So yeah, own your messaging, reject Balaji style fear, reject financial collapse imagery. That's not going to do it. I don't think that's the vibe of many people here necessarily in this room, but being aware of the nature that this video is going to go elsewhere, I felt a certain responsibility to, kind of state that. I also think, one of Silicon Valley's original sins is just like this idea of not having a good sense of critique out of fear of you don't know who your next boss is going to be, you don't know who's going to require you, you don't know who you're going to sit next to. I mean, do you want to sit next to those people? Do you want to be acquired by those people? Do you want to work for those people? I think you got to kind of call out some of the old heads that aren't working in our collective favor, right? Those are incredibly self-interested actions. So, the final and maybe most important thing to end on, and what I said a little bit, is if this was all there is to this, technical movement, I think it would have been incredibly important. It helped us see the world a little bit differently. It brought us together. It will surely be part of the value system of the next thing or the next thing. I believe in the very long chain that is redemption. Redemption doesn't necessarily have to come through us. I think we will be referenced, but, relieve yourself of some existential pressure that you're going to be the savior of U.S. financial systems. So yeah, that's that. Yeah, that was pretty fast, so if anyone has questions. This is probably the most somber tone I've ever used in a talk, but I had to switch it up a little bit. Yep.
I'm curious if this irrelevancy to relevancy redemption part necessitates collective solidarity. The references for what that are really like to use for individuals, some jobs, less. And it's easy not a framework to, I think, understand motivations, desires, and intentions of that user, but really messy, borderline schizophrenic space that is crypto, some funky temporary. Sometimes that sense of like individuality, collective solidarity isn't actually as isolated as it is with individuals with some jobs. And so I'm curious if you could maybe just talk to the differences between groups of individuals, tribes, and actually just individuals when it comes to this argument.
No doubt. Yeah, that's a great question. Okay, so there's layers to this, right? So for one, I have a very deep belief in the individual and the residual effect of congregation, right? So one of my favorite books is Crowds and Power by Elias Canetti. And, let me actually just like flip back. So the production of an image, right? I think, that can happen with 5, 6 people, but I think oftentimes that kind of falls to the, watered down thing that happens in any creative process of work. So I think the individual is really important, and I think that before like a collective can maybe come to some group nirvana, like the change has to happen within oneself, right? And I also think that the individual can set off this image that others congregate to, right? Our values are networked, right? And I think that there's a lot of social reasons for this, but like the long story short is like, once there is a referential object to something that an individual puts in place, it will hit some resonant interval and people will kind of graft their own values to that thing, right? I would be really, really surprised if, in the truest sense of the word, like 10 people kind of like created this one thing, as much as I would be less surprised if one person had the fucking vision and people pushed into it. I also think part of the schizophrenic state that you're talking about is, I think social media, like Web 2 in general, created a really, and our like larger understanding of like venture economics, created a really clear understanding of the individual benefits accruing when you get this thing right. And because of that, I think we have a huge overproduction of founders, of people thinking that they're going to make these images. And that's when I do kind of veer into like a push for collectivity, because I think there's too many people trying to do the exact same thing with like slight deviations, and it's spreading a lot of necessary talent that should be together out to the periphery. And then nothing emerges, right? And then the most opportunistic kind of like strong individuals, again, like a Balaji, can kind of set some image and people can graft to it, right? So it's hard. It's hard because it's not like those economics aren't true, right? And that's part of this whole thing that, you know, I didn't want to get into because I think that's a whole other talk. But yeah, that was kind of roundabout, but.
So starting point, embracing relevancy, and use these examples to be really nice. I feel like irrelevancy today is much more easily avoidable to two things like the speed of John's talk, Ruby's talk, like the speed and ease of content creation. The second being the expectation of decentralization. There's no majority, therefore someone's gonna have your eyes on everything. So it's like much less stark, and therefore there's more of a spectrum, and you have more of a choice in the tipping point between like, I'm gonna embrace relevancy versus like, I'm gonna run away from it at all costs. So today it's much more blurry versus before, it's very stark, like it's not relevant a lot. And so how do you kind of like gauge or take the pulse of where that movement is?
Yeah, I think, I don't know. Yeah, I don't know. I think like, I wish I had a better answer for you. I think like part of the point of embracing it is really not like in some Luddite way of like stop the presses type vibe, but the embrace is intentional. So you have to, or groups have to intentionally like not fight for the stage, you know? And I think that like Twitter is like one of these stages, a presentation, right? Even like on-chain as like some like public like NFT thing, you know, is fighting for that stage. That should stop. Like that needs to have a retreat. But yeah, I don't really have a good answer. I just think people have to do it. Yes. Sorry, the door kind of fucked it up at the end. Could you say it again? Well, so I think it's partially self-defined for sure, but I also think it's 100% nature of how orgs go about their language kind of distribution. Yeah. So I think it always starts in the individual, right? Particularly like leaders of orgs, right? Whether that's like CEO, whether that's, you know, the mayor, whatever, vibe manager, like whatever. it starts there, right? And this, again, comes back to my point, Brian, on that directly responsible individual nature, right? Because someone at the end of the day is making a decision. Someone is putting forth that proposal, right? And I think that is going to push the org in the direction. Whether you're going to hit up your PR agent for the 50th time this week to be like, can we get an article about this product launching? It's dog, there's 10 people using that anyway. It's that kind of sensibility of you see people repeating the same behavior as if it was moving in a direction that it's clearly not. And so again, with finite time, that's a direct choice on how you're using your energy. And so that needs to be redirected in some sense. I think relevancy was just the easier opposite to irrelevancy in this case. I think usefulness could have been another one. I think some sense of persistent scale could have been another one. I think, yeah, I think, to go back, to this, I think at the end of the day, it should come down to some sense of a renewed image. And I don't even think that needs to be scaled necessarily, but it should feel materially different than the island that we're on today, right? And I think that irrelevancy is simply a byproduct of all these previous decisions, right? And so the point is to reset those value states to come to a new, renewed image. Mm-hmm. Not for a complete cop-out answer, but I do look at my peers mostly. I think, so if I was to take examples, really directly within crypto, again, not to reference them again, but I do think John and Party Round are doing some very important work. The entire nature of multiplayer crypto, right? Sitting in this green corner versus the red corner of individualistic, right? Okay, that's a very clear image set. That's a really clear thing to build around, and that boat, I don't think has many leaks in it. Nothing that can't be plugged up with, just pushing on. I pull my references mostly not from tech. So, I love movies, I love fashion. The boys and I were at Paris Fashion Week, and there was a macro shift there as well, image-wise. I was able to go to the Comme des Garçons show and the Kid Super show, and those are two very different images, right? But I think what fashion houses do really well is construct a living world around what the clothing means. And I think that's an exercise crypto could use really poorly. I mean, it's very necessary. I don't know what I was trying to say there. But if the best use case is paying for a coffee better, dog. Apple Pay is sick, I have no cell service here, and I've been able to pay for everything with Apple Pay. I don't even understand. I probably should understand how that works. It's probably just my credit card saved to the device, but whatever. The point being is there needs to be a little bit, and I always hesitate in saying people need to be practicing world building, but there needs to be a little bit more intentional, at least design a stage, design a scene of how this is actually supposed to be lived in, and I think that, yeah, we desperately need that, and I think I look to fashion a lot for that. We have 5 more minutes, but yeah.
How do you
you like reframe that a little bit?
Yeah, so like on the irrelevancy progress like slide, like that reminded me a lot of Broskoski. So I was wondering how you kind of think about like all of this intermediate steps between irrelevancy and success.
I see.
A set milestone. And as they follow, like what are some of the Web2 companies together aside from Apple that have like basically like sharp goals?
Sure.
How we can kind of irrelevancy to users.
Sure, for sure. Okay. So I think if I was to self-critique this talk, it's very much not styled in a, like, it's not styled for a company. I think that's the thing that hurts it. You can use these things, you know, as like within your company for sure. But, you know, this talk is almost like geared towards like, again, not to copy some of my own work, but it's like, who's creative directing Ethereum right now? Like, all of Ethereum, who is the creative director? It probably should not be Vitalik, right? But that's probably the only answer anyone could give. And so I think that's a little bit of self-critique on this, right? Like, I don't think this like really neatly applies to an individual company crossing the chasm. I think all companies that have like subscribed to the general macro view of crypto, Ethereum, what have you, and you know the prevailing narratives fall into this. So all of them should be rethinking what the collective view of you know ETH should be. But yeah, that's a little bit of a self-critique. So I think part of the answer there is like we need a creative director for ETH. That's kind of my answer for a lot of things, but anyway. But then to go to the other question of like what are you know other companies that maybe have crossed the chasm in some way or are good like things to look at. I don't know, dog. Like I think Apple is really special for a reason. You know, I think it comes back to the radical honesty thing and their dedication to advertising. You know, like again, this goes back to like we've lost our sense of like talking about ourselves. I don't have like an off the dome answer for that because I think most tech companies don't talk about themselves. Airbnb is cool. Like an Airbnb ad has made me cry, like very, very literally. I think their story is just like so well known that I wouldn't really think of it. I think a lot of our current sort of like Web2 companies are just they're also going through a different type of pain that's very relevant to this as the world kind of shifts. We're kind of, you know, not to be like fourth turning guy up here, but you know, we're in a big turn. But yeah, maybe Airbnb would be like the real like core Web 2 thing I think about. Yeah. Cool. Just fucking hop on. Damn, you're taking pics this trip. Thanks. How was foraging? Man.
Hi. Oh, okay, cool. I don't think I'll take the full 40 minutes. I read it and Hi, guys. Oh, does anyone here know how to use Google Slides to get it up on there? What?
So she's in Google Slides, but she has to read notes.
Like, I have to, like, read the... But it's... Yeah.
Tilt it over so you can see it.
Yeah. Can you see? Are you sure? No, I'm sure we can get. We're so close. We're so close. Are you sure? Okay.
Okay, guys, we're just gonna do just me, so no visual. So I don't know how to delete it now. I can't believe I'm a tech reporter because I don't know how to use the computer.
I'll put it back on there.
Okay, cool. Sorry. Okay. Sorry, we couldn't figure out Google Slides. So I really didn't have any interesting visuals anyway, so you're really not missing very much. Anyway, hi everyone. I'm Taylor Lorenz. I'm a technology... Yeah. I hope you can hear me okay. I'm a technology columnist at the Washington Post, and I'm the author of a book that is coming out next month called Extremely Online, The Untold Story of Fame, Influence, and Power on the Internet. I started writing about online culture and communication technology back in 2009 as a blogger, and I'm probably best known for covering the content creator industry. Ever since the phrase creator economy became a buzzword a couple years ago, I feel like everyone has opinions on it. We all see influencers increasingly reshaping our world, but a lot of us don't have a great sense of where this industry came from. Or they think maybe it just started with YouTubers. And Silicon Valley, of course, will tell you that this $500 billion industry was their creation. They have a whole narrative about the tech platforms that they built and the economic opportunities that they saw and how they alone pioneered this revolution in media and communication. But while that corporate narrative plays really well in tech circles, it's actually not what happened at all. I write about this in my book, which you can pre-order today, by the way. It's up online. But the truth is that these Silicon Valley billionaires almost never understood or anticipated how their products were used. This was especially true for social products. The rise of social media, thanks to the creativity of its users, has given more people the chance to benefit directly from their labor at any other time in history. This expansion of opportunity has been particularly life-changing for many who were historically shut out of legacy institutions and legacy media. The creativity and tenacity of the online creator world has challenged a lot of traditional gatekeepers over the past 2 decades. A really unprecedentedly innovative community of users has managed to refresh itself with the emergence of each new platform. Online creators don't just produce content, they define the norms and dynamics of the medium. So let's talk about, my talk today is going to be about sort of where the creator economy came from. And to do that, we have to go back to the early 2000s, around the turn of the millennium. Blogs had been a thing for a couple years, and they were already disrupting areas like tech and politics. The Drudge Report, while not a blog, it was more of like an aggregator, was upending our political media ecosystem along with other political blogs like Talking Points Memo and things like that. And then in the tech sector, you had gadget bloggers who were amassing audiences online, monetizing them with ads, and publishing up-to-the-minute info about tech giants, the dot-com boom, and more. Blogs amassed audiences, they disrupted media, and they gave countless people who would have otherwise been excluded from the cultural conversation a voice online. It was the early days of blogging, but these bloggers were using their platforms primarily in the way that actually Silicon Valley intended. They were writing on every subject under the sun, but while nearly all of the tech and politics and culture bloggers of that era shared snippets about their lives, and they wrote in this really characteristic kind of bloggy voice, in the end, the defining figure of the blog era, I would argue, was not a tech blogger, cultural commentator, or policy wonk. It was the mommy blogger. As the New York Times noted back in the early 2000s, mommy bloggers were the first media voices who spoke directly and exclusively to mothers on the internet. I wish I had a picture, but I'll tell you about these women. To understand why what mommy bloggers were doing was so revelatory, you have to understand the women's media landscape 25 years ago. Throughout the early 2000s, frank parenting advice was really hard to come by. Women's media back then, we're talking print media, so like women's magazines, parenting books, they were often written by men or had featured male editors, and they featured this deeply idealized, misogynistic view of motherhood that was less and less relevant to modern Gen X mothers. Home life was supposed to remain private, and family life and children were considered personal matters. When mothers did discuss these things, it was almost always within the confines of each other's home, never for the world to see. But young mothers of that generation were grappling with changing and often contradictory gender roles. They found themselves completely forgotten by the existing legacy media channels. They had achieved successful careers before becoming mothers, and they held aspirations beyond homemaking. Now that they were stuck at home with their friends still living the single life, they had really complicated feelings about motherhood. So a generation of mothers turned to the internet either as readers or writers or both. Blogging gave these women a really much-needed outlet for their creative energy, as well as a way to connect for the first time at scale with mothers like them. They provided entertainment, blogs provided entertainment, camaraderie during a period of life that was often really isolating and overwhelming. These young mothers wrote deeply personal, raw, unfiltered accounts of the sides of motherhood that were not found in parenting books or traditional media. They spoke candidly about suffering from postpartum depression, hating their husbands, struggling to breastfeed, and drinking wine during playtime. No topic was off limits. Many of them also wrote extremely honestly about their mental health struggles. Reading blog posts from that era, it's shocking how mundane it is. It's actually crazy, and I suggest you guys go back on like the Internet Archive. The stuff that was considered like out of control and like, you know, so crazy for mothers to say is like the kind of stuff that you would find in an Instagram caption from like a normal mom today. Venting about a bad mealtime or stressful play date was considered revelatory and crazy. Today, nearly 20 years later, this super chatty, swear-filled, unfiltered style seems commonplace and normal young moms. But that is only because mommy bloggers of that generation were the first to bring that honesty and candor about motherhood into the public sphere. Mommy bloggers soon realized that in their numbers, they had untapped economic power. People wanted to read their work, millions and millions of people. And that work took a lot of time and effort, often as much as a full-time job, AKA the type of work that people usually get paid for. So in 2004, Heather Armstrong, she was kind of like the pioneer of mommy bloggers, decided to start running ads on Deuce.com. That was her blog. She explained to her readers that generating income from the site would help her family's financial pressures. She wrote, "I've considered taking a job outside the home, but that would mean that I'd probably have to give up this website. I don't possess the juggling skills to raise a baby and work full-time and maintain the amount of writing that I've done here." Despite Armstrong's long, and this, I also suggest going back and reading this post. It's honest, it's candid, it's real, and it's sort of like, you know, she's over-justifying getting paid for this massive amount of work she's doing. Regardless, it received a tidal weight of backlash. I really can't explain to you the level of cruelty that these women faced. She said people screamed at her. They were like, "Who are you? What made you important enough to make money on your website?" Not to mention tech and politics blogs and culture blogs and all these other blogs were already running ads. That had been like a whole business. But when mothers started doing it, people went blind with rage. These women were up against age-old stereotypes about women's work, that it was gauche for mothers to bring money into the conversation about the labor they performed at home. Mommy bloggers were supposed to be first and foremost mothers. Even though nearly every top mommy blogger worked full-time making content on top of raising their children, they were up against these sort of diluted views about the economic value of the work they were doing on the internet. They became targets of hate campaigns when they became internet personalities. When they were covered in the legacy media, they were villainized. The term mommy blogger itself is actually kind of fraught and trivializing. Many women at that time considered it demeaning and misogynistic. The implication was always that these women are oversharing narcissists who are profiting off their kids. What they were doing wasn't normalized at all, and people were very uncomfortable with it. In order to survive this landscape, women had to be ready to survive extreme vitriol daily. It destroyed a lot of these women's mental health to the point that many of them quit, but a lot of them continued to push the idea that creating content online, doing work on the internet, opening up about your life, and then monetizing that was real labor. Heather Armstrong chugged on. She began landing bigger and bigger, more high-profile deals with Suave shampoo and other consumer brands. She also joined a new company called Federated Media, which sold ads and bundled blogs together, mostly by women. Soon, the ad revenue made her the primary breadwinner of the household. This was also extremely controversial. Her husband quit his day job to help her blogging career. This was also sort of unheard of at the time. By the late 2010s, I feel like we all have an understanding of the concept of an Instagram husband, which is basically this person behind the scenes that helps you produce the level of content that you're able to put out. People started to understand more recent years that content is work that required help. Back then, people scoffed at it. Regardless, Heather's decision to start running ads in 2004 was a watershed moment for the internet. It rippled across the mommy blogosphere. Other mothers began monetizing their blogs too, and in doing so, they single-handedly established the model for online creators that still exists today. The mommy blogging world was an unexpected but perfect setting for this new online creator economy to emerge. While the largest blogs on the internet were aggregating links and publishing stories and takes, mommy blogs were distinctly personality-driven and intimate. The right mommy blogger could reach hundreds of thousands of women who were previously impossible to reach at scale in such a highly personalized way. Followers of the blogs formed deep parasocial relationships with these women. This, of course, made marketers' eyes light up. Health and beauty brands began sending mommy bloggers and then fashion bloggers and then beauty bloggers free products in exchange for coverage. Heather Armstrong again led the way with one of the first major sponsored content deals. She got Verizon to cover renovations for her office while her husband shot a series of videos featuring her describing her new furniture and computer. Each video ran as a post on her site, opening and closing with the Verizon logo. To complete this campaign, her whole family actually also switched from iPhones to Android phones during the renovation. Whereas now we're all drowning in sponsored content, advertising, affiliate marketing. At the time, these concepts were brand new. Mommy bloggers were the first to share and then truly monetize every aspect of their lives online, a career we now understand to be called influencing or content creating. It's hard to overstate the way that these women changed the discourse around motherhood even today. Everything to do with the messy realities of breastfeeding, postpartum depression, and just regretting being a parent sometimes, mommy bloggers normalized that. Ultimately, more than any other group, they created this model for independent media that content creators cultivated in the decades followed. They were among the first to commodify themselves and then monetize it. They stumbled upon internet fame and bushwhacked a path through it, creating massive and successful businesses in the process. I think this history is really important to know. While Silicon Valley built the platforms that mommy bloggers leveraged, it was the women that built this industry from scratch and transformed culture. When we think of the influencer or content creator world, a lot of people think it's the downfall of society. They see people who post candidly or overshare about their lives as being vapid narcissists, addicted to attention. But it was women who built the creator economy, and a lot of those worst stereotypes about the industry, I would argue, boil down to sort of this underlying misogyny around what is considered work. While men like Mr. Beast and David Dobrik are lauded for productizing themselves, mommy bloggers who created baby food lines, beauty vloggers who launched their own makeup brands a decade ago, and generations of other female influencers have been written out of the history books by Silicon Valley. I think it's really important to recognize the creator economy's origins, not just to give credit to the women and other marginalized outsiders who built this industry. I will say, and my book gets into all of this, but a lot of the other early content creators on the internet were women, people of color, LGBTQ people. They were people that were essentially shut out of traditional media. And they made these spaces for themselves online specifically because they didn't have access to institutional power. But this history also tells us something about the power that users have online. The creator economy was built by users, not by some executive at the tech companies sort of orchestrating all of it. The business of big tech does not hinge on what they've invented, but rather on what they've channeled. From the earliest mommy bloggers to the content creators of today, it's users and those in the periphery who have brought the creative energy. The tech companies are just rising around all of us, fueled by our rich content and collective attention. It's users who revolutionized entirely new approaches to work, entertainment, fame, and ambition in the 21st century. Again, this was not Silicon Valley executives. These people, like the Silicon Valley people, discovered the creator economy like 3 years ago. I just think this is really important to remember. The internet and tech products are in large part what we make of them, and this is especially true for social media products. Most people think of social platforms and apps as things that are sort of bestowed upon us by these tech geniuses. And we all sort of accept what we can get, and while we might grumble now and then about a new feature, we almost never take collective action. But in an era where social media has become completely intertwined with our daily lives and how we communicate and connect with each other, I think it's really important to recognize the importance of empowering users to play an active role in shaping the platforms they use. So many features we consider commonplace today were only integrated into products like Twitter, Facebook, Instagram, YouTube, and more, and blogs back then after users pressured the companies to adapt. For instance, the reblog was invented actually by Jonah Peretti at iBeam and kind of pioneered by this guy, Tim Shea, but it was users. It wasn't, they wanted the ability to reshare content on blogs. The way that mommy bloggers utilized their blog role to form these kind of network effects affected the product decisions of a lot of the early blogging platforms. The retweet, as a lot of us know, was actually also pioneered by users manually writing the word RT on Twitter because Twitter didn't have that functionality. The hashtag was pioneered by a guy, Chris Messina, also just a user who wanted a way to follow topics on the internet. I think it was originally Twitter, and then obviously hashtags are synonymous with social media now. Even the @ sign was a way for users to tag each other and communicate with each other, but this was pioneered by users. It was not invented by some Silicon Valley tech billionaire. If there's one thing we should take away from the history and the origins of the creator economy, it's that users should wield their power and not accept the status quo from tech companies. We should force major platforms to adopt a new framework of user-driven platform development, and we should build our own ways of connecting online. Rather than this top-down approach, we need a community-driven model of social media. I'm not super into the crypto world, but I actually think a lot of these values are kind of core to what I understand as Web3. Rather than sort of simply building products and hoping to attract communities, users should be stakeholders. They should have ownership over their content and connections and be able to take those things with them when they leave. These are things that content creators, beginning with those mommy bloggers 25 years ago, have been advocating for. The internet's fundamental power is in its ability to connect us to each other, and the first wave of social media was defined by these large platforms that seize inordinate amounts of our data and pressure us all to expose ourselves, our lives, and our relationships in increasingly invasive ways. I really hope that as we look forward to the next generation of tech products, we can remember the lesson learned from the first 20 years of online life and the content creator industry, and reflect those learnings in our work to build a better internet, one that's focused on community, collective ownership, and connection. That's what I had to say today. That was much shorter, I think, probably, than the original time. But if anyone has, oh yeah, this is my book, by the way. Please pre-order. It's available on Amazon or Bookshop. I think we can do maybe like a 5-minute Q&A if you guys have any questions. I see some hands in the audience, so maybe we'll start here and then go up. How many cell phones do I have? Only one. Thank God, because I lose my phone all the time. If I had more than one, I would be fucked. Anyone else? Oh yeah, question back there. Not her audience. Actually, I mean, some people in her audience were like appalled by that she monetized, but it was largely like people outside her audience that were like, "What the fuck? How dare you put blogs? Like, how dare you monetize like your personal life?" So it was, and the media, like the media was brutalized her for it, and it was horrible. But yeah, it was her audience. It was partially her audience, but a lot of just like internet observers. So. Question. Yeah, good question. She was asking what's the relationship between journalists and the content creator world, I guess. I create a lot of content. I started, as I mentioned, as a blogger. I actually started on Tumblr, so I had an online audience before I was a journalist, and I've always just been a poster at heart, I guess. I mean, I think journalists have always been like content creators in the sense that like we're supposed to inform and entertain people and provide sort of information about the world around us, and I try to do that through my articles, but I also do it on TikTok and just other platforms. So I don't really see like a distinction, I guess, between like the work that I do when I report and sort of the communication that I do online. So that's my thought on that. Oh, yeah, question back there. Oh yeah, definitely. That's really funny. Well, I did at one point go back to school and learn web development. I tried to work as a front-end engineer for a while, and it gave me a great appreciation for what engineers do because I created a lot of fucked up, broken Ruby on Rails apps in 2011. But no, I think actually like engineers and product people and really smart people understand this, but once tech companies get so big, they're not always empowered to sort of meet the demands of users. Like there's amazing like product people and tech people like that are sort of working in these organizations, but I think, I'm really thinking of Facebook, I guess, because that's the one I know the most people at. Like things get, it becomes this like corporate behemoth where even the engineers themselves, who are often like power users of these platforms sometimes too, can't, they're just not empowered to like really affect the product as much. You know, they're just put on these like you're in charge of this one little feature and that's your job, and it's not really your job to like weigh in. I don't know if that's been your experience, but anyway, that's kind of. What'd you say? God. That would be infuriating. And yeah, I have a lot of empathy for, people in those roles. So maybe we should abolish boards. I don't know. Any other questions? Yes. Oh yeah. Oh my God, Jessica. Hi. Yeah, it's so hard because these small creators are at the whims of these big platforms, like you mentioned, the algorithms, and also lots of them hate news, which is really hard for like content creators that are trying to educate people. I mean, again, this is why I think we need better social platforms. I think we have to like this era of these giant behemoths where everyone posts, like we're all on Facebook, we're all posting publicly, is kind of, I hope, coming to an end. I think actually a lot of users want smaller spaces or want more tailored content. But I mean, again, it goes back to collective action in the sense of like, I think that we collectively need to push back on these companies as much as we can. I don't think any individual user, like they're just at the mercy of everything else. I also think building your own online monetization schemes is really important. I mean, Patreon obviously was ahead of the game on this, but like getting people's email addresses, monetizing directly through subscriptions, building audiences on places where you're not like mediated by these algorithms. So that would, oh my gosh, we have so many. Okay, Reggie. Yes.
So then, because we're addicted, the data speaks differently to the collective action demand. How do you think about that triangle?
Yeah, it's all really hard, and I'm totally addicted to TikTok like everyone else. I just think that I think like when I say collective action, I think we all just need to take a look at the internet that we've built and create a better system and not just like sort of accept this tech landscape that we have. And I think that can be in the form of small communities, new products, new social sort of apps, stuff that like I feel like you're building, I just hope that that's the future of the internet, because I think that we have this like, it's really crazy, like the landscape that we have is just so dominated by like Facebook and Google. And even when TikTok came out, I remember editors being like, well, how do we know if it's gonna be a success? It's like, it's owned by a multi-billion-dollar Chinese tech conglomerate. It's kind of crazy that that's the only app that meaningfully has been competing with Facebook and Google, because that's the level of resources that you have to have. And then other apps, like I think the press, there's these like hype cycles that these apps get, and like they get this early wave of attention, and then if it drops off at all, it's like you have the tech press being like, oh, it's a flop now, and it's like, well, I don't know that it's a flop, like it's barely been around, and products need space to evolve. So I don't know, that's my thought on it. Okay, we'll go to you next. Yeah, well, I spend a lot of time on Discord, and I really like the sort of like communities that I've found there. But it's more like private spaces. I don't know if you guys feel the same way, that I just like better. I feel like this era of like the 2010s were so defined by this broadcast-based model of social media where like everything you post is public to everyone. And that just seems crazy. I think it felt really exciting at the time, but I increasingly don't want to just like post everything publicly. So I don't know. I'm in Discord groups. I'm sure other people have better ideas of like cool platform. Somebody was telling me about like some Web3 social thing that I've never heard of, so. Good. About what? Grifters? Yes, a lot of influencers are grifters. Yeah, definitely. Yeah, I was talking to a friend about this yesterday, actually. We were just talking about like sort of like crypto grifters, influencer grifters. I think anytime you have like this new technology, there's people that want to exploit it, and I'm certainly not a defender of the behavior of all influencers, but I am a defender of sort of independent media and people's ability to kind of like reach their own audiences. Obviously that comes with huge downsides. I report a lot on the downsides, so I'm not like some booster of all of it. We need better, I think, media literacy in place so that people don't get taken advantage of. But yeah, there's a lot of grifters, and I don't support their behavior, I guess. Just the way that I think a lot of people in like Web3 don't support, like these people pumping shit coins on Twitter. Like there's just, but I think it goes back to media literacy and sort of educating the public on what's a scam and what's not, and educating the public on like new technologies rather than some outside body like policing every scam on the internet, which is a losing battle. Okay.
Do you think the success of gas is like an indicator of like a trend that is increasingly prevalent? And like, is there anything you think is adjacent to that maybe I'm not aware of?
Yeah. For people that don't know, Gas is this app where like you can give compliments to each other. That's the one you're talking about, right? Nikita Beer, who's like makes all these viral apps, made it. It's kind of like an anonymous compliment giver. And what I took away from the success of Gas is that like people are dying for validation and positive interaction online. I think all of us like are generally log on and get bombarded if we have any kind of audience with like negativity, especially teenagers. Like I think that they spend a lot of time online and it can affect their mental health. So I think that Gas is sort of this like desire for positivity. That's what I took away from it. I also saw Nikita tweeting like this week that he has another viral app, so can't wait to see what that one is. That man continues to release these things. Any other? Oh wait, I'll go to you next to Jessica. Yeah, definitely. I mean, I think her question was sort of like, I think hopefully people heard, but I'll just answer it. Yeah, my book gets into a lot of this. It's not just like a women's history of the internet, but I really set out to kind of write about the history of the creator economy and how it emerged. And it's just shocking kind of how many women and other, like people from other marginalized groups like played a role. I would say beauty vloggers, it's kind of crazy how these industries that are seen and like coded as feminine have done so, like they kind of pioneer a lot of these new models for media and sort of independence as creators, and then they're adopted later. I was just thinking of the makeup lines. Like the makeup lines that these women launched in the early 2010s, I mean, Michelle Phan is the most famous, but even like Ingrid Nielsen and all these other women, like they were doing what a lot of these YouTubers today that get a lot of hype we're already doing. So I think we should just, give a shout out to the beauty vloggers. I write extensively in my book about this woman, Julia Allison. I don't know if you guys know who she is, but there's a whole chapter in my book about this woman. She was villainized in an insane way by like the media and also called this like self-promote or whatever. But what she was doing in 2009 was, it's crazy just how commonplace it ended up becoming and sort of the autonomy that she had or that she wanted to sort of develop. anyway, I'm not explaining it well, but I get into more of it in my book, I would say. But I think in general, women never get enough credit from the tech industry, so I say that as a woman tech reporter, though, so I'm biased. Okay, we'll go you.
Question for you on Substack and whether you think kind of these collective newsrooms that have popped up will make it as probably like the most cynical take, but like have a chance to kind of hold a candle to traditional media outlets, like something like pirate wires, for example. Like, do you think they might just be a flash in the pan and like capitalizing on like, you know, counterculture, like anti-woke stuff?
Yes. Definitely. I don't know if anyone here follows Casey Newton or reads Platformer, like my favorite Substack ever. I just in the sense that I think he's broken like more Twitter news than anyone else in the industry. And he's hired people to work on that for him, other journalists. You mentioned Pirate Wars. I think Pirate Wars is more commentary, I would say, than reporting. But I do think that, like, I mean, look, a lot of Substackers capitalize on culture war issues because it gets them subscribers. But I think I do think that there can be an independent model for media. The biggest hurdle with the Substack newsrooms is frankly, lawsuits. And ironically, lawsuits by people like Peter Thiel, who I believe, you know, Mike Solana or whatever, who runs Pirate Wars, works for. I can say as a journalist, you're sued constantly, and there's a lot of like powerful people that will just sue you out of existence if you are an independent blogger. So I know Substack has a legal fund. I don't think it's ever been meaningfully tested, but I think that that's a big, we don't, you know, I am a really, really strong believer in free speech, and I think that the chilling effect that these defamation lawsuits have on the media is terrifying, and, you know, because it silences people's ability to report. My feeling. Okay, we're at time. Thank you guys so much for listening to me.
sending the publication into print. And it kind of, yeah, it was like an aha moment for us. We were like, oh my God, it's like, it's the same ledger that you can't change. And it's like, if the typo is there, both smart contract or publication, the typo is there forever. And with the relationship between kind of, online and IRL existence of a publication or a culture, I had a privilege a couple of weeks ago speaking with Shumon Basar about a lot how the intersection of IRL and digital culture exists. I think there is no more culture without online culture right now, and you just constantly, have to observe it. And if before the IRL culture would come first and then it would be reflected online, it's completely opposite right now. And I highly recommend to look at this amazing project, which is my favorite, created by Post, which is the perfect example of how online culture is being translated into the IRL publication. And just even, if nerding out about all the aspects of design and everything, and how, digital design is being translated in a print, which is super interesting. But yeah, for us, I think we just wanted to create some sort of a time capsule that would capture the moment that was happening in the new internet, crypto, Web3, whatever term you prefer, and that moment. And it was a unique moment of time. If you come back to it 5, 10 years later, whatever, you'll be able to kind of, time travel and see. So that was the goal with the project. How do you feel and how do you approach the IRL projects, and do you think about the print, because Drunken Canal had a print history as well, so how do you approach that?
I think, like you said, that culture happens online is just the state of the world now, and that's why we sort of ground Byline, which is online in New York City, for example. But yeah, do you want to speak to that more? I feel like that's your area of expertise.
I think it's both. I mean, I think that it's exactly what you said. Like, there's no culture without the internet anymore, and that's cool because there's a lot of culture we consume or people that we learn from or follow that might not have had a voice or a career without the internet. And so they are creating culture thanks to the internet, and thanks to the internet, culture can be more diversified, or there's more niches within it. And then there's also room to connect with people online that you might end up being friends with or have a new creative project with IRL. So I think the Venn diagram is super overlapped between, and I think we all know this, we live in both places. We live there, we live on our respective internets, and we live here. And I think the question is how do you make sure you don't over-index on only living online and not partaking in or consuming culture in the room that you're in?
So I think we'll definitely expand to print at some point. We definitely want to, and I think that the idea of a time capsule and these sort of tangible objects is really important, especially to our philosophy. And, we don't want to just be more fodder in the machine. We actually want content that can resonate, that can reflect, perspectives in time. I think we're achieving something similar with our sort of monthly themes. We're an online website, but we operate on essentially a print schedule, which is monthly themes and issues. And those themes allow us to ground the content in a larger idea as a sort of incubation of a moment, of a process, and you can access it as a time capsule, as a reflection. Our summer theme was heat wave. In September, we'll be covering, or in August, our next theme is buddy system, as we go back to school, and it allows the discourse to happen around a collective idea, as opposed to just a constant stream of content. So I think that at the moment is our approach to sort of grounding it in physical reality, is these bookends, and then we'll make a real thing too.
I mean, if just even kind of coming back to your project, previous project, Goods Drunken Canal, it is definitely a time capsule, because
totally.
I mean, people still kind of, if you haven't heard of it or haven't seen it, I'm sure you still can somehow try to maybe buy it through eBay if people are reselling it. But it was definitely like a moment about the Dime Square culture that's like an artifact that's going to stay there forever. And it's like really important if you come back, whatever, 10, 20 years later. So definitely have experience creating time capsules.
Yeah, exactly. And I think we're just experimenting now with how do we translate that online, and then how do we translate that translation back to print. I think that's going to be the sort of ping pong we're doing.
Yeah, and we have our current issues, like our monthly issues go into an archive, so like you can still access them, and we thought about this when we were kind of still in our gestation period of like, should we have it that our old issues like disappear and you can't get it anymore, so that it does feel like an artifact, because there was something really special with Drunken Canal, and I contributed to Drunken Canal, that I would like walk to get the paper and like get my hands on it, and I knew that like I had a copy and the copies would run out. So I don't know, we're still kind of thinking through like what that means for us for print, particularly as like that's a whole different business model, and that requires money, and we did this without money, and I think it's a kind of a good question to learn about, in terms of so many different indie publications or established publications there's different business models across all of them. And I know Zora Zine has a really unique one. I don't know if you want to expand on that.
Yeah, I'm like double M, media and money. That's the question that everyone came to ask, and how do we do that? TLDR, we don't know. So yeah, in a full transparency, Zora Zine is backed by Zora, and Zora is a VC-backed company, so fully realizing the privilege and unique situation that Zora Zine is at, and we're just, from the beginning, I kind of Trojan horsed Zora Zine as a marketing company blog, and I knew from the beginning it's going to be in independent media that's going to be supporting and covering culture and cultural producers. We've been kind of experimenting a lot with usage of blockchain and how on-chain media can exist in the future. So first of all, we've been experimenting with minting the articles, and we've been the publication that has introduced, we call them text NFTs. That's the whole article that you can actually read in your wallet through your NFT, because we kind of usually see NFT as a visual piece of art, which was, the first massive wave of NFT. I'm a strong and firm believer that the next wave is going to be text, and it kind of brings back text as an art form and long form text. So we introduced those text NFTs where in your wallet you can, if you cop and collect the article, you can actually read it, which leads us to the next question about how creators and writers and contributors can benefit from this. So we're doing splits with the majority of revenue going to the article, to the writers. So it kind of, in their benefit whenever they want to find the collectors, as well as we're promoting and we're getting the collectors. Experimenting a lot with just like special projects for NFTs. And we released the print issue as an NFT. You can only buy it as an NFT, which was a really kind of interesting experiment, because I did not realize that me coming from the world of culture, obsessed with tangible goods, I was like, of course everyone will buy their NFT and redeem it with a physical issue. Not the case. A lot of people just hold the print issue NFT because maybe they, will do something later with this, but it was also an interesting opportunity for us to kind of see our audience and create our audience, because now we can just, communicate with them, maybe just offer them something in the future. So that's kind of that, but I'm really curious, because you guys are in a completely different situation.
Yeah.
How do you approach monetization? How are you thinking about it for Byline?
I think that something you told us right before this conversation that I was really interested in is that there's no advertising on Zora Zine, there's no partnerships. And when we started talking about like, okay, we love doing this and this is gonna be really fun, but like eventually we would like to do this and just this, and how is that gonna happen without selling out or having advertisers or having big banner ads, because that doesn't feel good to us. And I think that what media is facing is that there used to be just one primary revenue stream, which was advertising, and now it's all about diversification of revenue, which is what you're doing. And I think for us, we're looking at subscriptions, partnerships, instead of like technically, traditional advertising. Like, how can we, with brands that we love and brands that we're friends with, bring something to life together that is interactive and fun and beneficial for both parties, that a consumer actually wants to read rather than getting like slapped in the face with a pop-up ad. So we have a few partnerships cooking right now, and
Very big one.
so we have one very big one coming. We're having our September issue will be a partnership issue, and you will not get slapped in the face with any ads. But in order to get there, like, we had to create something first, and something Goots has said before is like, we had to build a house first, so that people would come to the house. And we both built Byline having full-time jobs. My last day of my full-time job was yesterday. So that was really exciting and felt like a big jump for us. We watched the sunset on that era
oh my God, it's a
on the
new
mountain,
dawn.
and it was like a new dawn today. So Byline's new era starts today. And we are paying our writers before we pay ourselves. We haven't reached the finish line yet of getting to paying our writers, but we always promised ourselves we would pay our writers and our developer and our designer first, and then pay ourselves. So we just did this with savings, and then have reached out to partners and been like, hey, do you want to help us get there? And that's going to be advertorial content, so more like written through essays that, like an example of something that we'll have go live today is a 3-part column with the shoe brand LeBuck, where we asked kind of like fun musicians and artists and creators in New York, what is it like to walk a mile in your shoes? Just like 1,000 words, you can take it wherever you want to go, and we photograph them in the shoes. And so that's our first partnership that goes live today. But I don't know.
I think that covers it. We wanted to, like Megan said, we wanted to build the house. We wanted to know who we are and what we were before we started to like bring in outside forces, because I think we didn't want it to become diluted through advertising, because I think, the future of advertising is going to become less and less about digital real estate and more about text and long-form content and actual partnerships and collaborations that can communicate a message as opposed to just plaster it everywhere. I might be making that up, but that's my
That's right.
that's what I think as someone who's been working in media. But yeah, I think it's fitting that this talk is today, because I think Byline really is about to enter a new era with this big partnership that goes live in September that's going to enable us to pay our writers in fall and going forward. So yeah, I think I'm glad we did it the way we did it, and I'm glad we built the house and feels solid in its foundation before we brought in outside sources.
I just wanted to add something that we've been kind of also exploring in the room yesterday with the audience, that I think one of the future interesting models for media monetization can be ways to find funding up front for writers. And this is something that we've been exploring with the Nounish type of model for if there is a DAO or there's, just the similar financial structure where you can submit, when a writer or a journalist can submit a proposal and get paid for it in advance. The question is obviously, how do you fund it? Do you crowdfund it? Do you have a partnership that funds it? But I think it's a really extremely important question for cultural producers to be able secure the funds and then go do their work, because we all know how extremely stressful it is these days and unfair the payment structure, right, in the media. So something like that I think is super interesting. But actually, speaking of Megan, because you have a professional journalist background, so how do you feel where the journalism is going, how it's going to be evolving? What's the future of it looking like?
I mean, I think what you just brought up is super interesting, in that there's going to be different ways to fund journalism. And I think, everyone talks about ChatGPT and AI and like, you know, what I've always said is like, I don't want to read something from a robot, even if, you know, the counter argument is like, well, you wouldn't be able to tell if it was AI because it looks the same. Like, I don't care. I still want to know that what I'm reading is like from a human experience and like a soul. And so I don't think that journalism will ever die because I think there's a natural and innate craving for that, and we're going to need like creative and organic thoughts from other human minds forever. I just think that the model is going to change, and the way that we are circulating media is going to continue to change. And just as our internet behaviors and like the things that we do online every day are changing so rapidly, journalism is going to have to reflect that and change rapidly every day. But the other thing is that, you know, as a writer, I love getting to write, and I know that it's sadly, you know, especially as a freelance writer, those checks like are not like cannot pay rent, or it's very rare that they do, and I don't think that's right. But I don't know what the solution is in between, and I think it's going to have to be a different model to support journalism.
Speaking of, you know, the evolution of journalism and how it's going to look in the future, I'm personally very interested in a specific thing, which is fact-checking, because I just caught myself recently, like a week ago, staring at the story with the historic images, which I thought were like real historic images. They look like from the beginning of the century, that they were telling a specific story. It took me 5 minutes to realize they were fake and created by AI.
And how did you feel though when you realized?
I was stunned, and I was like, I was exactly started thinking about the fact checking. That I was like, how do I know? You know, not only like our generation was changed with the relationship with media through the social media, that we now, you know, have to like do the research, whatever is true or not. But now, like with the layer of AI, there's a whole another conversation.
Yeah, and I think there's of course a place for it, especially with things like where we're not noting it as like original creativity, or especially if, like product descriptions or things that are descriptors, or you know, there's a place for it. But I think that just goes into like the whole wormhole of like AI regulation. But I don't think journalism is going anywhere. I think it's just changing.
Yeah. And I think also like what constitutes journalism will change too.
Definitely.
I think you won't necessarily need to come from a journalism background to participate in the act of being a journalist. And that just comes with media changing and more indie media forming. Like I know you guys don't position yourselves as journalists, and that I think is gonna be the sort of shift, because that doesn't mean a writer who writes for you might not consider, like they might still consider themselves a journalist, but for different reasons, and that's going to be the shift here.
Is the reason that Zora Zine doesn't consider itself journalism, what is like the thinking behind that?
I think we position ourselves as like, you know, cultural publication, cultural media. I think because maybe in our team's perception, journalism is more of a traditional journalism, investigative journalism.
Yeah.
Exactly, you know, reporting, and we have massive admiration for this, but what we do is a very different thing. Yeah. However, Goods is right, because some of our writers, not all of them, but some of our writers do position themselves as like maybe journalists, you know, with other publications. We do, however, have very strict, you know, pitch and writing guidelines, and we do have our own system of how do we accept the publications, how do you, we work, how do you fact check, how, like, we want to make sure that it's, if it's someone's personal opinion, it's very clear that it's someone's personal opinion, and we welcome that. If it's a reporting story, that we just also make sure that it's a reporting story and it's very clear. But yeah, we just feel like serious journalists are sitting in New York Times or Wall Street Journal, and we're not there yet.
Yeah. Well, how many people are on the Zora team kind of like in that editing and fact-checking process?
About 3 people.
3?
Yeah.
Yeah, so that's a lot of work to do between 3 people. I think that's what we've found, and has been one of the biggest wake-up calls for us, is like we want to be incredibly thorough and like give our writers the service that you deserve as a writer, which is have an editor to make your piece even better, or make sure you just have like another set of eyes on it, and then also run it through yeah, this kind of like thorough fact check, and then also the upload and design of it, that it looks beautiful so that they're proud of it and want to share it. And between two people, that's a lot of work. And so we're still kind of ironing out that process to make sure we're giving that kind of full service, because that's kind of the whole point of getting to put your voice out there, is getting to like collaborate with someone who believes in it.
Also, I'm not sure if Jose is in the audience. Probably he's not, but we released a Web3 editorial guidelines about a year ago, and we established a spelling of on-chain without a hyphen. I would like to highlight it to Jose.
Whoa. That's very
Everyone's
cool.
welcome to use them. We've just tried to do some job for like copywriters and writers to establish the new editorial guidelines, and they're free to mint.
Yeah.
I love that.
We're like
I
working
want
on
to
our...
invent a word.
I know, we're working on some things.
I'm gonna send them to you.
Yeah.
Do you know that, this is such a tangent, but that Twitter account that's like every time the New York Times uses a new word, I love it. I love seeing that happen and then seeing it like reverberate through the internet and through culture. It's very funny.
Yeah.
But I feel like we're nerding out right now.
But that's also like the whole part of the fun of media, is that like the writer should have the freedom and agency to create a new word. And if you want to write a 1,000 word piece on this like word that is kind of defining something in your life or in your personal culture at that time, if that's something you want to express, it's so hard to pitch that to a traditional established media entity and buy an editor in and say, and get to have a place to do that. So we're all in for
Okay, so
for
everyone here think of a new word you want to make, and then you can email us hi@byline.com.
pitch at byline.com.
All right, sorry.
We'll put it out there.
Yeah.
I think that leads us to a good question of like, there's this dichotomy between like what people really want to write and what people really want to consume, and when do you hit on something that's both? We go through a lot of pitches and want to make sure that we're giving everyone a really fair chance of putting their voice out there, but also giving our readers what they want. How do you think about what your readers want? And are there any particular moments when you were like, whoa, we just hit on something because it blew up and people clearly wanted that?
I think specifically for Zora Zine, it was an interesting case because we were trying to bring together two very different audiences. One is very technology adjacent, technologists, developers, Web3 optimists audience, and then another people who are like curious about maybe blockchain, but they're more in the cultural world. And it's really interesting to see kind of the stats all the time and see, what hit. Probably three pieces that are the most successful at Zora Zine on a digital one. They've been, one of is a piece by Shumon Basar, Lorecore, just went viral, and Shumon's actually going to be talking later today. Highly recommend everyone should come and listen. The second piece was by Yancey Strickler, On-Chain Era, how we're shifting from crypto era to on-chain era, which obviously deeply resonated with the Web3 audience, and it was like more sort of like manifesto type of thing. And the third one, we just recently released it, is about exploration of what prompts people to mint their first NFT when they're just kind of coming onto the space. What's the motivation for you to go through all the, pain of setting up the wallet and so these, probably were the most interesting pieces, and it's always kind of interesting to see. And they're like so polar, How about you?
It's always so interesting to see what resonates, and I feel like it's always like maybe a 50-50 guess of like what we think.
Yeah, something will surprise us.
Maybe it's not 50-50, but there's always like the article that'll surprise us that people, my watch just unbuckled. There's always an article that surprises us that people really wanted to read, or that went viral, or that got a lot, and it's always like this unexpected hit, which is fun. But I think generally, I don't know, do you want to speak to that more about how we form the relationship between what we think people want to read and what they do read?
In general, the way we think about it is that not to get way too out there, but in everything that we consume and do, there's a foundational craving of feeling seen and understood. And I think all of us have probably had an article we've read or an interview we've read where we're like, oh, like that really spoke to me, or suddenly I feel less alone in this thought or this way of thinking, or like not only feeling seen, but then also having something kind of alter the way you see the world. And I think in everything, every pitch that we receive, our editing, we're like, what will this serve somebody? And it's hard to tell because something that will serve one person is so different from another person. But that's kind of like the lens we use or try to use. And then the ones that have kind of totally surprised us, we published this piece by writer David Koeb for our Heatwave issue, and he has a column where he analyzes the fashion wardrobe in films. It's called Soft Focus. Just for context, most of our writing is column-based, and writers get to choose what their column is about and name their column and do a different iteration of it every month. So this month's Soft Focus covered The Sandlot. And it was all about how the way the boys of The Sandlot dress is the way boys are dressing now. And kind of this like just very like retro boyish t-shirt, rugged, but like playtime, summertime, and very nostalgic way of dressing. And he said something about like you walk into Bernie's in Greenpoint and like everyone is dressed like The Sandlot. And this piece like went crazy for us, and we knew it was cool and we knew it was interesting, and love anything that like analyzes some kind of undetected fashion thing, but it's been like our best read all month.
Yeah, that's funny. And there was also in the previous issue there was a guide on how to be a lazy summer slug, which was just like how to embrace laziness and the best things you could do to like
Be lazy
and kind of like biohack laziness. Like you got to be like really horizontal, you know, and people love that. People really want to know how to relax.
Yeah, that was a
they
big
really
one.
want to know how to zen out. Yeah, that was a funny one.
Yeah.
There's another thing that we're kind of talking a little bit behind the scenes is I think in our era of constant mass destruction and like very fast and rapid content production, it is so challenging to bring attention back to the long form pieces, but it is also so necessary. And this is something that's actually one of the core criteria for us when we're selecting our themes and writers and contributors is whatever, this is a macro trend, if it's a micro trend. And if it's a micro trend, we're probably less interested in covering or creating a story around this, rather than making sure that it's going to be interesting on the longer timeline and that scale, if you would come back to this. How do you approach this?
We were just talking about this morning because the like craving for like creating something and putting out there, it's like a literal hit. It's a dopamine hit of getting a response or reaction or someone seeing what you're doing and relating to someone on it. And I think there's this challenge in going slower and really putting something in its incubation period for a longer amount of time. And there's this other talk I heard recently called, and then we had expanded on it on Byline, called Our Hot Takes Making Us Stupid. Because they're like fast takes and you can just put them into the internet and then there's a reaction and then you feel like you're done with your creative work. But then whenever I see someone put something out that clearly took a long time of like labor and love, I almost feel this like, I don't want to call it jealousy, but I'm like, oh, I want to spend more time on things. And we feel happy about Byline in that we had to like, we were in an incubation period for a very long time. And I think we try to apply that for our writers too, like give everything the right amount of time and editing to make it feel like every time we push deploy on our website, it's like, does that feel right? Or are we just like getting something out so that we get something out?
Yeah, and I think giving writers a month, you know, because it's a monthly system, between pieces it almost enforces that. It makes that have to happen, to think about it and to know what you want to do next and to write it and then submit it and think about it. And it's important to slow down.
I think also like diversifying your creative medium outside of social media. I think it's really nice to be able to point to something that's not just like a little soundbite or something on social and be like, no, this is a creative work that I put time and thought into, and here's where you can go find it not on social media. And I think that kind of goes full circle back to the original question of like why cultural publications. Is because hopefully it gives people an opportunity to exercise that muscle or be proud of something that's not on social, that whether it's just for fun or for your, something that's more lucrative for your role that you're working on, it's needed. We need long-term projects for both of those things.
And I also think there's a lot of potential, specifically because we're, an on-chain native media, with decentralization aspect of it, and we also kind of a little bit touched on this, how potentially maybe in the future, what decentralization can mean for media, what challenges it presents with the quality of the content, and how that can actually look like. I feel like we can dedicate a whole another conversation to that talk, and we're just starting to run out of time, so we wanted to ask if maybe someone has any questions. We're super open to Brian.
Hey, Brian.
I think longevity is often seen as a measure of success of a publication, but short-lived, small publications can still have a big impact, and Dryden Canal is a great example of that. So I wanted to ask about your aspirations for the lifespans of Zora, Zine, and Byline. And are you interested in building an institution for the long term? Are you more concerned with making stuff that is going to be of the moment, like right now, and can maybe be seen as a time capsule down the road? And maybe, Goots, you could also talk about deciding when the right time is to shut down a publication based on your experience with Drunken Canal.
Totally. I think for the Drunken Canal, that was a project that was not like designed to be scaled. It's okay for things to be precious and have time spans and like a lifeline. And going into it, we didn't necessarily know what the lifeline was going to be, but we knew there was one. We didn't necessarily build it for longevity. We built it to be a time capsule, and it sort of just like felt like the right moment where the world suddenly got so big, and Times Square got so annoying that it just felt right to let it go and be something that was of a moment, of a time and a place. I think for Byline, the goals are like pretty different, I think in like 5 years' time, I want to be part of someone's daily routine.
Yeah.
It's a different project that carries over, I think, the importance of like being a timestamp in preciousness, but is designed to be longer lasting.
Yeah, I think something that is similar to what you did with Drunken Canal is that we created something that we wanted as consumers, and we'll continue to change that and make sure we're still serving what we think is interesting to us. And I think where entities often get lost is like chasing this idea of what it has to be, and then forgetting like, what do you actually want? What do you actually want to consume? And is this it anymore? And I would love to think that we like continue to like just follow our nose, and that might change rather than like getting too are gripped too tight on one idea of it.
Great question. Especially appreciated coming from a fellow editor-in-chief. Almost want to ask you back. I think with the Zora Zine print issue specifically, the project was conceived as either annual or biannual, some sort of a ledger that we don't have to like rush ourselves. So just make sure that when we feel it's time to preserve that. So I would love it, to become like annual or biannual type of a project, but definitely not like, because Byline has an ambition at some point doing print on a more frequent basis, and I have so much admiration for this because I know how hard it is doing a print. Yeah, is anyone? Please.
I'd love to know about how you guys are thinking about the brands that you're building with each of the publications and how it sort of affects the editorial process as people start pitching stories. Do you have an idea
just to rephrase, how we approach the brands when are being pitched.
In terms of thinking about the individual brand that's listed in Byline, how that affects sort of creating an editorial process to pitch stories to you. Do you know all the types of stories that you want to see in the publication?
I think that's a good question. I think that a good flip to that question is like, is there anything we would never publish? And we've kind of talked about that a little bit because the whole point of the Byline brand is like that you get to decide. Like the writer gets to decide what they want to publish. And for us, that is anything that is under kind of our categories of culture, internet brain, heating up, which is romance, style. What am I saying?
New York.
New York. And as long as we're filtering through, like, would we actually want to read this? We kind of love to just keep that open. There's definitely been things that we're like, maybe this doesn't align with, like, our values, or maybe,
I don't know. Like,
Yeah.
I guess at the end of it, we want to know what the point was, and it doesn't necessarily have to be like a thesis or a super concrete point, but like there should be a reason why someone wrote this.
Yeah.
And what someone reading it would take away. And I think that is kind of just how we filter.
Yeah, it's like we're giving you a byline, and as long as like your heart and soul is in it and no one's getting hurt, we're willing to give it a shot.
Yeah.
We have a pretty strict guidelines for pitching that we know exactly what we want, and once someone's reached out with a pitch, we just share it with them privately, which we're actually considering releasing publicly just to help writers as well as other publications if that's going to be helpful to them. So we're going to release it probably soon. This is such a great question that I think, especially in a Web3, it is an amazing place to look and source new talent of people who are interested in developing their skill set and becoming writers. And that's why, coming back to the previous question, we have very strict guidelines. If someone's actually interested, because I totally feel you. I think sometimes it feels like an echo chamber, right? That we're just working with all the same people who are absolutely brilliant. But it is important to bring in new perspective and allow young, not necessarily in terms of age, but like maybe in terms of background and experience, writers and contributors to come and provide their perspective. However, it obviously has to be professional writing and have to hit a certain quality standard that we're just want to provide to our audience.
Yeah, I think that's a really good question, and I love that you referenced that pool of writers in New York. We're so familiar with that, and a huge part of that's kind of like the genesis story between me and Goots is that I wanted to write, and Drunken Canal gave me a chance and gave so many people a chance and launched so many careers. And I think as we use the word sandbox often in terms of like letting people, have fun with it, and where I think the question you pose of like, where's the balance of having fun with it and creating space for more voices while maintaining quality is one that we just, rather than like having an answer to, we just have to like ask it to ourselves all the time and be like, does this feel of good quality? If I read this on someone else's site, would I be like, okay, this is a quality piece? And also, are we constantly diversifying our writers on our site? Because having columns means that we have often the same writers, and how are we continuing to open that door? So I don't know that we even have an answer, except that we just have to evaluate that question all the time.
Yeah.
Yeah,
I
we
think,
do.
Yeah, we have a lot of writers that have never written for anything before. We have writers who have written for things before, but a lot of it is, just giving people the space to play and seeing what happens, while also striving to make sure the content is of quality and is something that people want to read. It really is just an ongoing evaluation and process and a question every single time for every single piece of content that we run.
But it is true that like when you take a chance on someone new, there is more teaching involved. And I think we want to do that because someone did that for us. And if nobody's doing that, then it's exactly goes back to what you said of it being very insular. And I think that's something we're solving within Byline right now, which is like, how do we balance our time? And how do we spend our time on editing versus uploading versus building out a calendar versus sourcing the art? And editing is definitely where we spend the biggest chunk of our time.
I feel like we have maybe one more question. Time for one, please.
We have a creative director. Her name is Maddie. She's been with us from the start. She helped ideate a lot of Byline, and she's been a really, really amazing collaborator on this. So we work with her, and then our friend Jack, who I brought on from the Drunken Canal. That's kind of our arting team. It's them two and us two, and we just try to trust their visual instincts to tell the story, I think.
Yeah, Maddie was a friend that we found through, she has a background of being at Man Repeller, New York Times, now at Bloomberg Business Week, and she really took a chance with us and joining this project, and we're really lucky to have her eye. And she will read through a copy doc and say like, all right, this is either gonna be an original design or we're gonna source something from Wiki Commons that has, we have legal rights to, or we're going to ask the writer if they have a picture of the thing they're talking about.
Eventually, we would love to, start commissioning artwork as well, and I think that we'll get there. But, as we sort of mentioned before, we just finished building the house, so the interior design will come soon.
Yeah, I think I spent like 2 hours in Figma the other night recreating a burn book image from Mean Girls, and and I sent it to Goots, and in the morning she was like, you did that last night? And so it's a lot of ad hoc graphic design as well.
Yeah.
We work with Sergey from Wednesday Studio. Shout out to Sergey. He's our art director, and we've just been recently actually discussing that we would love to do more of articles like we did for our print issue when a writer was referring to a specific, for example, era in culture, and they were referring to a specific design era, and then we brought Molly Soda, who was mentioned in the article as the illustrator for the piece, so it kind of became this meta thing. So we'd love to do more of that and commission more art to people and designers. But yeah, for now we have an in-house person. Thank you so much. Thank you so much for your questions.
Thank you.
Oh. Can I plug the Zine print issue? Huh? Can I pull the plug?
Yeah.
Oh.
So, sorry, the plug on the print issue. If you're interested in flipping, there's a couple of copies on the merch table, and you can get it at zine.supply as an NFT and redeem for the print issue, but please go and look at what we've been working on. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
it has just straight HDMI in it, right?
Let's find out.
Probably the other side. Oh, no, okay.
We might not.
The dongle? I think this one might just be power, but we'll see. No, that worked. We're not going to see it on this screen yet. Device, displays. Okay. So you don't have presenter notes on here, right?
No, I think I'm just gonna read it off of the paper.
Okay.
It's like a little bit easier in
Yeah, that's
the
perfect.
workflow.
So, oh, what happened? Oh, slideshow right there. Okay, so let me
okay,
go.
so it's printed out in the green room under this.
Just making sure there's no audio components.
Hi, everybody. Welcome back to the podcast. Good to see you. Good to see all of you IRL. For those of you who don't know me, my name is Joshua Citarella. I'm an artist and internet culture researcher. The piece we're looking at here on the screen is called SWIM, S-W-I-M, Someone Who Isn't Me. It's an internet acronym. And this is depicting an anarcho-capitalist future inspired by doomsday prepper visions of the future, scraped from communities on Reddit, Discord, 4chan, many other similar platforms. And some of these unique logistical inventions are taken directly from photographs that people would upload. So you have here a rainwater collection process from an off-grid recipe that is filtering through gravel, through charcoal, through sand, that then feeds the vertical farm in his shower that also becomes the gray water reclamation to flush the toilet. In a way, he is living off of the land with solar panels, but in the urban environment. The city is flooded up to the 1.5 floor, and Uber choppers fly across this skyline of superstar architect buildings. Delivery boys and drones scurry across rooftops. Goods are transported by canoe, and so on. This is around 12 feet. This is 8 by 12 feet. It's a life-size piece. You can see every eyelash on the eye. And figuring out those logistical problems and mapping them in a 2D life-size space makes you very, very intimately familiar with how people are planning for the apocalypse. I am also a content creator. I think many people may know me from the podcast or from newsletters or from videos or live streams. I've actually live streamed for over 700 hours. I looked before I did this talk. That's a lot of time. So it's a lot of primary source material that I'm reviewing and I'll be talking about tonight. Podcast guests include Taylor Lorenz, who spoke earlier this morning, as well as Yancey Strickler, who was the guest last week talking about Metalabel. I think many people here will be familiar with that. And maybe important to mention that this meme is made by a follower, a listener of the podcast, and all the stuff that I show today they're images that are found online. So unless I specify other words, it's not an artwork that I've made, it's a piece of internet culture that I'm holding up for everyone here to reflect on. And this project began when I wrote a book in 2018 called Politogram and the Post-Left. This is an ethnography of a very specific mimetic subculture, which at the time included teenagers between the ages of 12 and 17, who were interested in all forms of left-wing politics, and then over the course of a few years radicalized into something much darker. Post-left, as it was known at the time, Luddism, eco-anarchy, green anarchy, it goes by a number of names, civilization critique, anti-civilization. The terminology becomes infinitely nichified. When I brought this work to different institutions within the art world, no one was interested to pay for it, and no one was interested to publish it, even for free. So what I did was decided to bypass all the gatekeepers and bring my work to crowdfunding, and it just so turns out that there were a lot of people who were interested in it, and this project has shaped my practice ever since. This book was intended to be a guidebook for people who are curious about these communities but are unsure where to start. As soon as it was released, probably within the first week, someone from these communities got a hold of a physical copy, scanned it, uploaded it to Discord, and then my entire practice has changed ever since, where I'm now in touch with all of these people all the time. And while we're told that the internet is something like this kind of happy-go-lucky, onwards and upwards, young people freely navigating these spaces, my inclination is that the internet resembles something much more like this. If you can't read the screen, I'll just read it out for you. Extreme political opinions detonated into a gaming Discord server filled with 9-year-olds. This piece was actually, this meme, not an artwork, this meme was sent to me by one of the young teenagers profiled in that book. At the end of it, the reason why it was initially in print and not distributed online is because this group of radical teenagers, some of them too young to drive, literally 13 years old at the time, that was his experience, they're circulating manifestos from active eco-extremist groups that contain instructions for how to assemble improvised explosive devices. This is a level of extremism and radicality that is beyond the pale for any kind of civil discussion of politics and really constituted something that I thought was novel and unprecedented in previous generations. My work has been cited and referenced in these publications. I don't necessarily think that's because my work on this topic is so good, but mostly because the media narrative in a lot of these publications is just so bad. People don't actually spend time with these communities. They haven't really spoken with meme makers. They haven't made them themselves. So I find myself here doing this work and talking about these communities in a really in-depth, detailed way. I still make art. I'm showing in half a dozen different museum shows this year: Hong Kong, Italy, Germany, Poland, several others. But alongside all of this, I'm also working. I'm one of the only people who is publishing primary source research on these topics outside of traditional institutions, think tanks, universities, and so on. So it turns out that the best way to learn about these people is just to talk to them. And I've spent the last few years doing exactly that. I've been doing interviews with people who have accounts that look like this. If you've spent, I think a lot of people here have spent time on social media, so you're familiar with a few of these characters. Tons of emojis in the bio, very niche ideologies, some of them seemingly contradictory. They don't feel like they should belong together, but here they are, jammed together in a very unusual way. Incredibly niche things that have, in some cases a few hundred followers, but then they scale up to have content creators who have audiences numbering in the millions. A few of these I think are really, really special. Actually, the AI-backed central planning paired with permanent revolution and an idea that state socialism could also be meritocracy. When you find the gems that are really crafted like this, you gotta take a screenshot along the way. And there are many, many of these accounts. It's almost impossible to put a number on the size of these communities. There are a few content creators, specifically I think JReg on YouTube is a good example of this, but you can have audiences in the millions for some of these. Some of those videos have reached maybe close to the tens of millions, slightly below 10 million views. And the people behind these accounts have real stories. They have complex lives. They are navigating a very strange period of internet culture, and they're trying to make sense of the world. And I've tried to give them the space to understand that and understand their journey towards clarity in these spaces. The story I'd like to tell today begins with the second book I published on this topic. This is titled 20 Interviews, and at this time, I'm interviewing people who are between the ages of 15 to 22. I think it's mostly the same group of people, but they have proportionately aged upwards. The first book was 2018, this is in 2020, so it's the same demographic that got introduced to politics in the same period, and they've just aged up a few years in the meantime. And in this book, there are 10 interviews on the left, 10 on the right, and up, down, and sideways, really all over the place. You'll recognize the book cover, no doubt, as being the political compass. If you've managed to find your way here, you are undoubtedly familiar with this, but just to give the very briefest explanation, this is an XY graph. And we have on the x-axis the economic right, the economic left, and then the y-axis authoritarian to libertarian. So doubling the resolution of political identities besides the two-party binary that we're used to in the United States. And for teenagers at this time, this is an immensely explosive idea that there can be more resolution of political identities. We're looking here at a page out of the Rampart Journal of Individualist Thought. This is published in 1968, and I found this on the archive of the Mises Institute. If you are not familiar with the Mises Institute, this is a think tank and educational program deeply embedded in libertarian philosophies. Ludwig von Mises is the Austrian economist who wrote Economic Calculation in the Socialist Commonwealth, and this came out in 1920. It is widely considered the intellectual work within the Western canon that discredits the feasibility of economic planning, aka that socialism sounds good on paper, but cannot work in practice. I would disagree with this, by the way, and I think Amazon does a lot to disrupt 20th century notions of price signals and so on, but that's a whole other podcast. The point of this is that these very silly memes are actually a rather sophisticated analytical tool. We're just looking at these two things overlaid. And right now they're being used by shitposting teenagers, but they're actually engaging in some kind of exaggerated version of the important debates that shaped huge political economic outcomes in the 20th century. I'm going to do a very brief genealogy of how this meme format evolved and where we are now. We're looking here at two compasses. This is on the left side called the Sapley political compass. You'll have the XY coordinates that you're familiar with. And we have on the right side of it, we have a third axis, a Z axis, if you would, measuring your cultural alignment, so from progressive to conservative. And this is offering yet another dimension of political identity. On the right side, we have, these are two side-by-side screenshots. We have 8 values, which quickly became the community standard, and we have your familiar XY grid. We have a cultural axis, and then they've introduced a fourth axis called nation to world. These two screenshots are actually from the same user, and they're maybe like a year and a half apart as the different quizzes are trending at different time periods. But you're watching him through the captions kind of struggle with his own political identity and trying to map himself using all of these numbers falling in different places between the different graphs. Following this, there is a massive quiz. All of these are, there may be 50 multiple choice questions. This one I think is 150, so it's really extensive. And it has 8 different axes. There's also room for negative space for uncertain answers within all of the different multiple choice questions. You have on the lower side here different achievement badges like veganism or feminism or monarchy or Illuminati or things that don't neatly map onto these XY quadrants that you need to have kind of denotated as like a little in-game achievement badge or something. Importantly, Politiscales has a really novel invention, is that they generate a custom flag for you at the top of the quiz that has 3 main touchstones for what your political belief system is. On the left here, we have work, liberty, and fatherland. And then there's a custom flag generated on top of that. And then on the opposite side, we have equality, socialism, and revolution. And these flags will become very influential later. Quickly, what happens is that the quiz format breaks apart. This is now too complex to compare yourself to others, and we enter this new stage of the role-playing game as labeling, iconography, and narrative. These are a few different iceberg memes that are far too detailed to read here, but if you've come across them before, this is a near infinite list of political ideologies. It's an incredible way to waste a whole bunch of time. These are 2 of my favorites, although there's a lot that have circulated online. And we're looking here at a detailed version of this. This one in particular, I have actually streamed all of it. 26 hours on Twitch. I Wikipedia and Google searched every single one of these. And people watched it. I don't know why, but it was painful for me. Maybe that's what was most entertaining about it. Xenofeminism, actually, here towards the lower center, I've actually talked to Helen Hester. She was a guest on the podcast. So what exactly is going on here? There's a thriving youth subculture. There are content creators with followers in the millions. There are giant subreddits and super active discords. And there's a lot of people who should all hate each other, but they seem to be spending time in the exact same place, even if they're all debating and arguing all of the time. Social media has become a kind of massive multiplayer online role-playing game where teens try on and off new political identities like they are choosing their character in a video game. It's quite literally what we see here. You have a choose your character selection screen of different political alignments. And while there were always young radicals in every generation, this seems qualitatively different than periods in the past. Part of this is undoubtedly the Web 2 internet, the attention economy driving strange behavior online, but another part of it is the real political crisis of today and the unresolved debates of the 20th century. In 1989, Francis Fukuyama published the infamous essay, The End of History, which put forward the idea that Western liberal democracy is the endpoint of mankind's ideological evolution and the final form of human government. The TLDR is that fascism was permanently discredited in the 1930s, communism fell alongside the collapse of the USSR in the 1980s, and of the three great ideologies of the 20th century, capitalism emerged victorious as the only viable political economic model for modernity. But today, numerous crises have placed increasing strain on the liberal democratic model. Market and institutional failures make headlines on a weekly basis. We now see populist movements on both the left and right. Fascism and socialism are once again up for debate, and so-called history has returned. The Overton window closed in the 1980s, but now it has reopened. Fukuyama calling himself a social democrat nowadays, very interesting. So I've made it my practice to collect these uncommon political worldviews and to map this new territory. This is a piece of mine called Etiologies, E like email. Etiology is an internet slang term used to describe complex ideological labels. These hyper-specific categories serve as a gamified form of identity play and niche personal branding in the chaotic landscape of online politics. I'll read a few of these out here so you get the feel, the vibe of what these communities are creating. And we're starting from the upper left-hand side. This is left egoist transhumanism, followed by libertarian neo-monarchism, and anarcho-primitivist caliphatism. And all of these begin as images found online. These are posts made in earnest. They're usually a status update accompanied by a long caption in a blog-type format. And teenagers will print this out using print-and-demand services, ship it to their house, and they'll hang it in their bedroom like my generation would have the poster of a band. Some part of this is also attached to the collapse of the music industry, where the devaluation of music has just thrust subculture into these niche political ideologies. Here they are in the 34th Ljubljana Biennial. This is a piece by Simon Denny in the corner here. They were actually hung in the entryway to a government building, which is a kind of very, very bizarre place to find yourself in, but you know, art gets those unique spaces that are usually not allowed and in some cases illegal to place the flag of a different nation or a different state within your government buildings. This is Etiologies 2. I really like the format of the top 8, so I select these in groups of 8, similar to the MySpace infamous top 8 format. It's like enough facets to describe who you are, but not too many aspects of your identity. It's a squad. 8 is a squad, you know, 2 is your friends, and then when it's 150, it's like your whole crew. But yeah, 8 is like the right level of curation. And we have here queer transhumanist anarchism, progress pride constitutional monarchy, anarcho-collectivist Islamo-minarchism, and my favorite here, I'm trying to be sensitive of time, but on the bottom left here we have the post-Brexit European Union, where one of the stars has been removed. This is by a shitposting teenager made it online, but it's important that like there are way more countries in the EU than there are stars. The stars don't represent the country. They're like points of like political alignment and values, but it's just very kind of intuitive in the graphic design sense, so I really appreciate that. Etiologies 3, there's a lot of these. This is an ongoing series, and as long as I'm interested in this space, I'll keep producing them. And Etiologies 4, extensive labels for all of these. This format has become a meme in itself now. There's a JavaScript. You can just generate new political ideologies. This slide is in my notes as nightmare blunt rotation. So how much of this is actually real, right? Like, are these people, are they shitposting? Don't read too much or you will get an aneurysm. It's rather dangerous. It's hard to tell if people mean this in earnest, if they're using social media to find, you know, a political belief through this process of shitposting. It's an ironic hedge very often. There's an incredible tweet by one of these accounts that says, quote, "MAGA communism will bring the return of Pol Pot patriarchy to the United States." You guys are doing great, by the way. Usually people tap out after post left, but you made it all the way to Pol Pot patriarchy, so congratulations. This group, actually, their political tactics are described as discursive terrorism, where they are inventing new political labels like red, yellow, Ron Paul Maoism, MAGA communism, which is this idea that the deindustrialized red states are analogous to the Maoist peasantry, and the urban elites in blue states, the cities are surrounded by the hills. So I've made it my practice to talk with these people and to understand their worldview. This is Zoomer as he goes online. He's 19 years old. He lives in Tennessee. His pronouns are he, him. He previously identified as they, them. Now he just uses the label queer and he, him pronouns. He is a third positionist, which means economically left and extremely culturally conservative. There are significant implications with that of ethno-separatism, which I press him on in the podcast, but he does not comment on. He pushes back against that. I think that is incorrect, but that's his version of it. He is also a practicing Muslim. He is the child of immigrants from South Asia. And around age 13, Zoomer got into politics through Gamergate. He was very interested in owning the libs, in dunking on the SJWs. He had super strict parents, was not allowed to have social media, so he only had YouTube as his online outlet. And he starts watching political videos with people like Sargon of Akkad and Louder with Crowder, Milo Yiannopoulos, all of these types of characters in that era. Eventually, he is alienated, especially by Steven Crowder, with all of the Islamophobic content that he encounters online, and he starts leaning much more libertarian, anarchist-leaning. He reads Joseph Proudhon. His political views start to evolve. He's still an anti-SJW middle schooler. He's living at this time a rather upper middle class life. His father is an entrepreneur. It's a very hardworking family, first generation immigrants. And then abruptly and very sadly, the father goes bankrupt. The businesses are not working out. The father leaves the family. The parents get divorced. They now have to switch schools, and they move to a very low income neighborhood. And he's gone from this life of relative luxury to living the very impoverished reality of a single mother with kids, which is the single data point for the greatest predictor of poverty in the United States. If you had one piece of information about people being a single mother with children, that is the single greatest indicator of poverty. So his new class circumstances make him very unclear about his political ideas. He also begins to realize he's a gay man. He doesn't feel at home in American conservatism anymore because those people dislike him for his sexual orientation, his religious affiliation, and he doesn't necessarily feel at home in libertarianism because he's living in pretty dire poverty now. All of those free market policies were pretty compatible when he was living an affluent life, but now he could really use a social safety net. So from Proudhon, he gets into Marx, and he's devouring all of this left-wing content primarily via YouTube. Around that time, he gets onto Instagram and he starts posting about his political ideas. He's age 16. Unfortunately, during this period, the family falls on even harder times. There are no relatives in the US for them to fall back on. His family, Zoomer, his mom, and his younger sibling are now living out of their car. They are going to food pantries and soup kitchens for their meals. And his online lefty community that is always talking about mutual aid and helping the less fortunate and so on, these people are nowhere to be seen. There are no Marxists or communists at the food pantry. Instead, he meets conservative religious people doing this form of charity. In the end, the family's local mosque holds a fundraiser and collects a big donation to help rehouse them. The kids are in school, the mom is employed, and the donation helps them to afford rent in a new apartment. Around that time, he makes this post. The center, we see the Gadsden snake, which is familiar from the libertarian flag, used to symbolize, extreme individualism and self-sufficiency. But in this image, they are all bonded together. And in the upper right, we have red to signify collectivism. In the lower right, we have blue for minarchism. If you're not familiar with this, this is a very small government, sometimes called a night watchman state. And in his experience, this kind of makes sense because there was no state aid, there was no welfare or safety net that came to their help. Instead, it was a group of conservative religious people who all bonded together to take care of them. The text below here is written in Arabic moon and sun letters. It has been told to me, so this may not be a direct translation, but it says, "Don't step on us," which seems intuitive in this context. So this is why I think that these silly memes are important, because behind all of them is a complex and very human story of young people trying to make sense of the world in a moment of extreme political and social chaos. From here forward, Zoomer's politics are formed by this experience, and he has to square his life experience with his abstract political ideals. He begins to reinterpret his own identity and carve out a space for himself. Zoomer is now a passionate enthusiast of the Islamic Golden Age, which created some of the world's first examples of social security and welfare. These early social safety nets were administered by religious organizations rather than the state itself. This is actually a little discussed counter history that is popular among the MAGA communist people from a few slides ago, and rather extreme elements of the horseshoe left, you might call them. So he is economically on the left, but he is culturally on the right, and for him that makes some kind of sense. This is all part of a podcast that will come out later this month. It's a very edited down, anonymized version of Zoomer's story. Today, Zoomer works in a factory. I suspect that this is Amazon, although I'm not able to confirm that in the interview, and he helps to support his family, his mom, and younger sibling who is still in school. It's maybe important to say that a lot of these ideas are retconned and skewed to fit people's life experiences. In trying to make sense of the world, we all create lore, just like a role-playing game. It probably won't surprise you that Zoomer's hobbies include playing Dungeons and Dragons. His character is a dragonborn knight who battles an evil lich named Jeff Beelzebazos. At that point, the podcast really starts to make sense because he's role-playing in both of the worlds, and it checks out. So my approach here is to take silly things seriously. These internet memes are responding to a real political crisis, and they make about as much sense as the world itself. I want to give an acknowledgement here to a great book by Peter Frege, which has always been a huge inspiration for me. And he has this kind of XY grid that's laid out in the book with 4 competing visions of the future. So imagine, if you will, that the NPC character is in the center of the graph. This is the crisis of the 20th century, these unresolved questions of political economy. And then there are 4 characters surrounding it that are all competing with their own vision for the future. It's important in those choose your character screens, there's no NPC. You can't choose to play as the neoliberal center. You can only choose from the extremes, and all of those are offering a different vision of the future, a different solution for what is happening, this crisis at the center of politics. Young people are mining history and political theory through meme formats to sandbox a new kind of politics. They are looking for something novel and unconventional that can scale to the size of the crises of the 21st century. So I have asked them to do pretty much exactly that. This is a piece I first showed at KW Institute of Contemporary Art in Berlin. Each of these works is accompanied by a radio play that sketches a new political vision of the future. They are written by teenage meme posters, and then that story is read by podcasters, some of which I think you'll be familiar with: Matt Dryhurst and Holly Herndon of Interdependence, Daniel Keller, Carly Busta, and Lil Internet from New Models, our collaborators, our squad in Channel, as well as Anna Katchian from Red Scare, AP Andy from the Antifada, and Jack Wagner from Otherworld. So that is a relatively brief sketch of what I've been up to for the past 5 years. I'm excited to say that we are making a documentary about this work, where we'll speak to young people behind the accounts and try to understand how the internet and politics are shaping their real lives alongside the 2024 elections. So if that sounds interesting to you, I encourage you to get in touch with me. And in the meantime, you can find me, if you're lucky, maybe on social media, but I think probably Web 2.5, Substack, Patreon is a better place because I, pop up and disappear unpredictably on on Instagram. Yeah, so we've got a little bit of extra time. Maybe we can do 10 minutes. We'll take a few quick questions for a Q&A. And yeah, thanks everybody for coming today. This was a real blast. That's a great question. I'll reiterate, yeah, thank you. So the question is about young people, teenagers flowing into political identities as opposed to music, and whether this is a product of the political circumstances of the moment or a kind of technological artifact that is incentivized or produced through social media. It's kind of my rephrasing of your question. And I would say that both of those things are actually present, and case by case you can do, is it 80-20 in this case in one direction, or is it 50-50? And part of the difficulty with the media narrative around these topics is that people attribute one causation instead of another. I think it's absolutely necessary to say that there are certainly political topics that just thrive in algorithmic feeds that incentivize controversy, drive engagement, and so on, and those things are massively amplified, disproportionately amplified. But it's difficult to run with that critique, because you run the risk of hand-waving away the actual political crisis, where these are people of this generation. They don't have the same opportunities for upward mobility. I mean, we are watching a serious expansion of the Overton window, and I think there are actually some pretty important things that are happening right now with the CHIPS Act, the Inflation Reduction Act, the Green Deal in Europe that really represent a shift away from some of the neoliberal consensus around how political economies, massive, like nation-state-sized political economies operate. So something is actually happening, and I think in the period that we saw a relative depoliticization of Gen X and the millennials, which I would categorize myself as this, it just wasn't as immediately apparent that there was anything you could do about it. I don't think that's too pessimistic a statement, because that just was the elite consensus across all the parties. But now you see things from the Republican side for an expansion of infrastructure spending and jobs creation, and this heterodox populism of J.D. Vance and Josh Hawley and all sorts of other people, Marco Rubio to a degree even, and they shoehorn it in a weird way of like, well, we need to increase the might of our mighty nation and military spending and so on, but they are talking about a form of Keynesianism that is really qualitatively different from those early debates of like what the nerds would call the economic calculation debate in the 20th century of like trying to organize an economy without the distortions of price signals that institutions create and weird cliffs in different markets and so on. So yeah, I think it's a combination of the two. Can we take maybe one or two more questions? Maybe back here. Zoomer was not necessarily successful as a influencer himself, but he was an adherent to a rather niche philosophy that sometimes blows up on the internet around particularly a few content creators like Caleb Maupin, who works for RT, that are a kind of unconventional brand of patriotic socialism or something like this. So you blend in kind of anti-imperialism with like weird nationalist identities, and they do have significant crossover with forces that are more so aligned with like the far right. Sometimes this is called fourth positionism. This very quickly turns into a meme where people, just they add positions to like make it more extreme. But I think for Zoomer, what he kind of needed was basically to square who he was in the world and his lived experience, and that very jarring disruption between what people say and what they do, right? We're all kind of like, there's a gap between the rhetoric and the actions, and this is part of what makes politics so insane right now. You know, like neoliberalism itself is a kind of niche political ideology. You know, you have all these contradictions rolled into it where it's like woke diversity, mass incarcerationism, and you have like rugged individualistic oligarchic bailout. Like all of those things are simultaneously active, but they're totally incongruent, and it's, you know, people who are the blue check journalists with the official narrative have almost as much hypocrisy as some of these shitposting teenagers. So I don't think that his brand was necessarily scalable. He has since gone off of social media. For a lot of people who live their life through this news feed, that is a positive development in their personal life. And that sense of community and that kind of desire to role play and that world building impulse is largely satisfied through things like Dungeons and Dragons, which is probably a better political outlet. And I mean, role playing games are a very useful way of sandboxing new types of societies. I think of the Seasteading Institute had a kind of role-playing game where you could opt into their Discord, and among them were the anarcho-capitalist, the worker cooperative, and then I forget the other one. Maybe it was like a venture capitalist, something else like that. But they are pretty useful exercise in expanding the Overton window. Yeah, but he himself was not an especially influential content creator. We have time for maybe one or two more. Ruby? Yeah. So there's a question that I'll just try to rephrase for everyone who maybe couldn't hear, but I think I phrased this in the book as like, what use is a political party of one? You know, and some of these ideologies are so niche, it's like you're the only person who believes this incredibly long tail idea. Like, how do you expect to band together a coalition? And I think you're kind of seeing two things happen at the same time, which is like young people trying on and off political identities, but then also like carving out a personal brand in the Web 2 attention economy. All of that said, part of any political change, like neoliberalism has been the consensus ideology for, you know, decades upon decades now. This was a really niche, you know, fringe belief in 1947 when the Mont Pelerin Society first gathered with Friedrich Hayek and Milton Friedman and so on. And these people were looked on as crazy lunatics that had, you know, unconventional ideas that were unpalatable and butted up against the Keynesian consensus of that period. But, you know, 30 plus years of lobbying their political ideas and entering into institutions completely remapped the way that we think of politics now, where the idea that nation states should conduct their economy in the way that you and I individually balance our checkbooks is, that's a strange idea in 1947, but now that's how everyone thinks about it. So there's something about being right and going against consensus ideas that if you understand the value of an idea from early on, I think a lot of this in terms of trend forecasting and analysis and commentary, like, this is part of my job now, is to just patiently wait and then be proven correct. And you know, if you have a good track record of that, then, you know, predictive capacity is ultimately the judge of all of these different ideas. So ostensibly, there's someone out there right now who has an idea, things that become much larger in the next few years and didn't necessarily seem like they could even exist. You know, I would say that the rise of kind of this Trumpism, heterodox right-wing populism seems incongruent, but now it's totally working. And those were, you know, really, really fringe ideas just a few years ago. So things can move from being, you know, beyond the pale to very influential rather quickly, you know. Okay, we can do, I think, one more talk up here in the front. Yeah, I would say I'm just watching the time, so I'm going to respond rather than rephrase. But okay, so there's this massive like expansion of the Overton window. There are these opportunities within which, let's say, there's a very successful hashtag campaign, and then there are niche philosophies that have been on the margins for a few years, and then have this explosive viral moment of visibility. Within that presents an enormous opportunity for people who have a kind of political commitment that they've been looking to spread to people, and they've been, in other decades, maybe the crazy guy screaming on the corner, but now they've got a big megaphone and everyone's willing to listen. And you saw this in the very early ages of the internet, that libertarian think tanks, when a certain meme would blow up, they would contact the person who made it, they would fly them to speak, and they would leverage that following against they would literally bring them to their institutions to perform in some cases. And I think that is just across the board, where there's a moment for different radicals to kind of seize the public sentiment and the political imagination of the moment. And I think that kind of comes back maybe to this earlier question of the political party of one, is that political change is often a lifetime of something. And a lot of the news cycle that we're used to today, people get very wrapped up in these ideas that they've maybe held for like 6 months to a year or something like that, but now it totally defines them. We've all kind of seen this happen in our news feeds. But it really is this kind of like slow game of just 40 years of slowly thinking that this is correct, waiting for it to become valuable, and then looking for the right moment to seize those things. And I would say that there's probably, be very conscious of the time, so I'll try to summarize all of this, but some of these coalitions are too small to really stand on their own. And so what they do is they bundle a whole bunch of people together. So within, I had mentioned earlier some of these like, paleo-conservative ideas, that they have like a Murray Rothbard kind of like, a libertarian free market ideology, and then they also have like a Pat Buchanan kind of like conservative nationalism that requires firm borders to the state, a lot of state spending, and the libertarians are against those borders, the conservatives are for them, but they find themselves in the same political coalition, even though they have these incompatibilities. Eventually those things will cause coalitions to break apart, but in the meantime, they do need to bundle together. So you saw a lot of people who were, of this ethno-separatist variety, just like platform a whole bunch of other radical people. And in the scale of the impact of this stuff, it's probably important to remember that in, 2016, that the Kill Stream with Richard Spencer was quantitatively the largest watched live stream on YouTube. Like, that's fucking enormous. That's a fucking enormous amount of influence and reach. So I think we're just kind of watching this kind of slow bleed out of all of those ideas, and kind of learning what this alternative media system really was, and that there was a reason why we had gatekeepers and editors to begin with. Yeah. So don't try to save legacy media, but don't put all of your eggs in the alternative media basket either. Yeah. Thanks everybody for coming. This is a blast.
I just have little back pains. I haven't been doing my yoga since I've been here the past couple days. Would you like a water or drink or anything?
There's a green energy drink. Have you tried it?
I haven't. I was going to wait to get some ice, but I grabbed one.
I think I'd like to try it. Hi, Mindy. Nice to meet you. Oh, likewise. I'm going to show you the table and stuff like that. I just want to make sure you're comfortable. We have these chairs here if you want to sit in that. I think the table is just right here. It's just like a normal 6-foot square room. Does it make any difference if it's this or the HDMI? No. It's the same.
So make sure you are not mirroring and extending the desktop, which I think you are, because it just automated us to full screen.
You're connecting your laptop, right?
Why has it gone to?
So go to your display. It'll be hard to see.
Yeah.
If anything, I could push it as far as
What the hell happened to resolution?
Displays there.
and I think that would work.
And then click display settings. There you go, and then click the top one right there. And then the drop down and stop it from mirroring. There you go. You're not going to see it on the screen yet, but go ahead and enter Keynote and go full display, or like slideshow with movie notes. You're probably on the other screen, so just, there you go. Done there. Okay, it automated to the other screen. I'll switch to this screen. I'll turn this one towards you.
Yeah. Good. Oh, thank you very much.
I send everybody that first Lorecore essay to users.
Oh, really?
After we had that conversation, I read the whole thing. I love that like drove the beat.
Here, I'll put this here for you.
And I love that you're like.
Thank you.
I was talking to a friend who's like very intellectual but very tapped out of like technology with lore. And I was like, you need to read this. You'll really love this.
I hope people come back.
Yeah, I think I put in a little break so people could like.
Yeah.
Talk to me back. So go ahead and go to that slide.
That has sound, yeah?
Yeah, with the video. And we can test that real
There's a
quick.
couple, but I'm going to just do the first one.
Okay. Are they around the same audio level?
They should be.
Okay, cool. I can adjust the slide too.
Shall I play?
I'm just here to tell you that if you were considering acting out, making questionable decisions, do it. Do it to the plot. Do it to shake things up a little. I will also be participating, so you're not alone.
Again?
Are you currently playing it?
I was. I'm going to play it again.
I'm just here to tell you that if you were
It's coming out of my laptop.
acting out, making
Yeah, so exit out and go to your sound settings.
plot, do it to
I think I have to change the audio output. Yeah, exactly.
Sound right there. Yeah, and then change it to decimator. All right, I think.
Should I try it again?
Yeah, re full screen the presentation though. Okay, now try it again.
I'm just here to tell you that if you were considering acting out, making questionable decisions,
Okay,
do
I'm
it.
seeing levels.
Do it for the plot. Do it to shake things up a little.
I
I will
hear it a
also
little
be
bit.
participating, so you're not alone.
Again?
Yeah, one more time, please.
I'm just here to tell you that if you were considering acting out, making questionable decisions, do it. Do it for the plot. Do it to shake things up a little. I will also be participating, so you're not alone.
How was that?
That was a little better, and then I can adjust once
Okay.
once you actually.
Can I go to my the final film just
Yes,
to check
yes,
the
please,
levels
yeah.
then?
Okay, so yeah, I'll have to adjust on the fly a little bit, but it'll be good. Yeah. So you can kill it.
So that was okay, right? Okay.
So we're still good to start at 2. If you want to just get ready.
Yeah.
Copy.
And I will tell you when I want the lights out, yeah?
Just right now.
Yeah, can we just try it, please?
Fair warned, everyone. I'm going to go blackout in the whole house for a second.
We're going apocalypto.
Or I'm going to
mode.
attempt to, at least. That is not it.
More.
Okay, that's about the best I can
That's
get.
great. Yeah.
Awesome.
If we could go to that. Okay, hi everyone. Hi, my name's Shumon Basar. If this is really shit, it's because I had to go after Josh Citarella. Okay, remember that in about 30 minutes' time. It's very wow to be here and meet so many parasocial friends and so many usernames. Thank you to FWB for this invitation to the optimistic version of the Dark Forest. And in particular, I'd also like to thank Caitlin and Ian, and Ian too, and everybody at the back for their generosity in getting me here. You truly are good peoples. So late last year, I was asked by Zora Zine to be their new curator in residence. Also another tough act to follow, because Dis had done it before me. 2022 was, at least for me, full of extremely intense feels. And I don't think I was the only one feeling this. We emerged from the corona scene changed. So did the world. I recently listened to Laurie Anderson explain how her sense of time hasn't gone back to what it was before. History is littered with these reset moments. Technology often emerges from these moments, or technology engraves these moments. So I told my colleagues at Zora Zine, and huge thanks to Liam, to Jana, to Guy, and Corinne, that I wanted to develop a trilogy during my residency. And the name of this trilogy would be Lorecore. Somewhere in the feed, I read that researchers warn of model collapse as AI trains on AI-generated content. I spent all of 2.7 seconds on this notion, the same time that artist Jeff Koons says that people spend looking at one of his artworks, and the feed continued, or I continued. It's a queasy parallax feeling. It's as ambiguous as situationships are, when they don't ever seem to begin, but you know when they certainly come to an end. This is how the feed feels to me, and how I venture I feel to the feed. The feed feeds the way feelings feel. Let me try and define Lorecore for you in 2.7 seconds. Lorecore, noun. An era belonging to digital capitalism, characterized by people's existential need to storify themselves at the moment many received global narratives collapse in an unprecedented manner. Lorecore is the name I'm giving to this prevalent stage of reality we're all characters in, characters who are also audiences.
I'm just here to tell you that if you were considering acting out, making questionable decisions, do it. Do it for the plot. Do it to shake things up a little. I will also be participating, so you're not alone.
She is my spirit animal. In 1921, Luigi Pirandello wrote a play called 6 Characters in Search of an Author. It was an early example of metafiction, where the story is acutely aware that it's a story, and it keeps reminding you of the mechanics of storytelling. In the 2020s, I'd rename Pirandello's play thus: 8 billion people in search of Lorecore. Now, Lorecore is yet another portmanteau, 2 words spliced together like an ancient mythical creature. Let's take the first half, lore, L-O-R-E. Lore is collectively produced myth and metamyth around someone or something. But I'd like to recalibrate this to also refer to our own ubiquitous, obsessive reliance on narrative and meta-narrative. During one of your bouts, of self-diagnosis, perhaps you realized you suffered from something called main character syndrome. Everything is about you, revolves around you, your innermost thoughts, your outermost actions, all of which must be documented, time-stamped, and uploaded for archival reasons. Your social media feeds are a factory of myth-making. Law is the new myth you make about yourself. For the second half of Lorecore's etymology, let's compare how long art movements in the 20th century used to last, arguably decades, compared to the lifespan of memes. Now, memes barely last days. 2 weeks ago, the NPC moment erupted like a surrealistic earthquake. 2 days ago, Pinky Doll was cursing and threatening to sue Google and Twitter because explicit material from her OnlyFans had been plastered all over the internet. Already, the NPC thing feels over. Against this punishing pro-celebration is the desire to label every micro-subcultural moment on the internet. Everything is a core. If it isn't a core, did it happen? Cores are like screenshots as trends, and once the core is indexed, archived, you move on. It's exhilarating. It's exhausting. But why Lorecore now? Well, at the start of the corona scene, global narrative collapse was a vertiginous feeling, especially in the middle-class West, caused by normalcy suddenly caving in. Planes were grounded. Hard national borders went up. Places of work closed down indefinitely. And, if you have forgotten this important detail, French kissing was considered an act of homicide. My marriage collapsed. I missed the horizon of the future. Would it ever come back? And next week became as unknowable as next year. In 2022, permacrisis was the Collins Dictionary word of the year. Just as one crisis erupts, drought, stampede, plague, there's another one vying for your attention. The thing is, every crisis is a collapsed narrative. Weakened supply chains, irreversible climate change, the return of nuclear war, negative birth rates. One of the greatest narratives to have collapsed is the West's immunity from the horrors that have plagued much of the rest of the world. Sweltering heat waves, energy shortages, monetary failures. It's what I call the third worlding of the first world. Everyone lives it. Just read the headlines. For many of us, there's PTSD, present traumatic stress disorder, followed by one's impotence in relation to how that low-level constant anxiety makes you feel that numbness of inactivity, that numbness of feeling that you have no agency against this deluge, this tsunami of collapsed narratives. So as we become less powerful, do we become more Lorecore? Lorecore is thus entwined with these macro-historic conditions. During Lorecore, we overshare our innermost psychological and emotional details to a world that's already drowning in way too much intimacy. Lorecore is what happens when feelings legitimize lies and when markets, especially crypto markets, are maniacally moved by meme lord technologians, and more on this shortly. Perhaps Lorecore is just the latest survival mechanism in an open sea of meaning unmoored from itself. So if Lorecore were a scripted reality TV show, who are some of the scriptwriters and who are some of the notable star characters? On Christmas Day 2021, anyone subscribed to Kobe's Substack received his latest drop. It was called Trading the Metagame. In this piece, he argued, participating in crypto markets during the thrill of a bull run is isomorphically more similar to playing a modern video game than it is to investing. Most competitive modern video games have an ever-evolving metagame. The metagame can be described as a subset of the game's basic strategy and rules which is required to play the game at a high level. Kobe then outlined the dizzying deluge of narratives that populated 2021's bull market. We had the NFT boom, shitcoins, meme coins, alt L1s, art blocks, very old NFTs, layer 2s, DeFi 2.0, ohm forks, etc., etc., etc. The metagame was knowing when a narrative was peaking and when to jump to the next nascent narrative. Kobe has also said elsewhere that most alpha crypto projects never actually deliver. They keep promising and promising some revolutionary technological salvation that makes them irresistible to VC investors who are professionally bound to risky hype. Actual deliverables, much like life itself, often end up being massively disappointing. As Slavoj Žižek once opined, fantasy realized has a name: nightmare. Remember the scam-rich 2010s? A decade profligate with pitch decks that led to Netflix sensations such as Fire Festival, WeWork, and Anna Delvey. Scammers are foundational figures in Lorecore. They leverage the blind hope that swirls around tech and crypto like horny, whirling dervishes. As Sean Monahan wrote in his Post-Cryptomania piece, most people want to make crypto a story about technology or a story about culture. But reminiscing, I think crypto is a story about power. They say politics is downstream of culture, but you know what is upstream of culture? Power. I get ads in my feed about ADHD, and friends tell me they are ADHD. It's as if their brains have as many browser tabs open as I have on this laptop. They're told they live in the attention economy, but they struggle to hold attention for very long. Blip, gone. It's okay, I assure them. We actually live in the distraction economy. The distraction economy is the attention economy rebranded to more accurately describe its working mechanism and goals, that of harnessing people's weakness for endless dopamine-driven distraction. In Lorecore, pathologies are identity-forming powers. They're tools to discover your atypical kin. We are finding community and meaning through the process of self-diagnosis. As such, storifying your specific lack is alpha law. However, Lorecore's leaders refute victim status. Many of them are open about their own neurological struggles. Lorecore loves winners where in previous times they may well have been tragically cast as losers. You see, every era has its magic individuals. They're endowed with special powers of sight or insight, channeling the culture, and often telling the culture truths about itself it doesn't know or is too afraid to ask. In the past, magic individuals have arrived as poets, composers, scientists, novelists, or artists. There was always the next big thing out there waiting to hit us and change the way we understood the world. Magic individuals pointed them out and said, look, it's over there. Lately, though, it's as if tech is already the next big thing, and then the next big thing, plus the big thing that comes after that. Tech is the ultimate modern magic. This makes technologians the magic individuals of Lorecore. They're figures of extraordinary persuasion and therefore of extraordinary power. Matt Dryhurst once told me that the current world is increasingly run by shitposters, agents of chaos cosplaying as billionaire CEOs. If Kobe were to do an autopsy of 2022-2023's metagame narratives, they'd mostly be a litany of brazen crypto collapses. What if every high-profile crypto leader is as degenerate as you and I? Lorecore can also undo that glory at an even faster pace. That's because one of the laws of Lorecore is that it's held together by precarity, not certainty. Something about this live stream unthreading suggests the law of Web 2 media giants is finally fragile and finally fallible. Another law of Lorecore is that the dumbest plotline is probably what's going to happen next. The only intelligent people on Earth will be highly paid prompt engineers who know exactly how to phrase a string of words that the AI spits out the perfect picture of an orca riding Timothée Chalamet during a North Korean nuclear attack. This is my pitch for a blockbuster movie, by the way. So to borrow one of Elon Musk's threat phrases that he used just as he took over Twitter, now X, of course, is that Lorecore is extremely hardcore. Elsewhere, I've written about the dawn of Endcore, E-N-D-C-O-R-E, a name I'm giving to this era after the end of eras, after the end of history. That's spelt without any vowels, by the way, H-S-T-R-Y. And I have my friends at New Models and Dean Kissick to thank. We conjured this during one of our podcasts together at about 2 in the morning during the month of Ramadan last year. Endcore is the feeling that we're in the end game now, the end game of climate grief, of techno-capitalism, of consensus-based empirical truth, of decency even. When I'm in the feed, doom scrolling for one tiny dopamine hit from one increasingly niche shitposter, the feed itself does not end, but it delivers content that envelops me in Endcore. Did you know there are microplastics in Antarctica's snow now? This new fact won't leave my head. It piles on top of every other fact, rumor, opinion, or disinformation that I have hoarded. The great novelist Vladimir Nabokov once wrote, quote, "The future is but the obsolete in reverse." I love this quote. It's so beautiful. I'm going to say it again. The future is but the obsolete in reverse. Of course, extinction is a natural cycle of continuity when seen across the Earth's billions of years of past. But this time, we are less blameless than an asteroid or a solar storm. We are perma-ending. So throughout this talk, you will have seen a number of neologisms, which is one of these words I was just saying to Caitlin, I don't know if anyone knows how to pronounce it, neologism. They're all from the second installment of my trilogy, which is called The Lexicon of Lorecore. Here, 53 new structures of feelings demand new words, and new words frame new eras. While working on the lexicon, I came across the work of a duo based in Manchester, England, called Y7, who specialize in theory and audiovisual work. They were advertising a forthcoming reading and listening session actually around my texts on Endcore and Lorecore. So we started messaging. We half joked about the advent of prompt core. In light of Moncler Pope and fake Drake and the entire shift in the last few months to LLM-driven generated content. Here, I may disagree with Dean Kissick yesterday, because I believe most of it is painfully mid, philosophically, aesthetically, ontologically. And if you want to know why, I recommend a really amazing essay by Kevin Buist in Outland, where he breaks down 5 ways in which AI-generated art is painfully mid. It's really good. But the implications of prompt core are potentially profound. The artist Emma Stern recently sent me a word that I think is relevant here. That word is technopromorphism. Technopromorphism. This is the opposite of anthropomorphism. Technopromorphism is when humans start thinking and acting like machines. It reminds me of something from about a decade ago when a teenage girl called Emma Robinson became a viral YouTube sensation by covering Rihanna's song Stay. But here, Emma contorted her voice to sound just like auto-tune. The result, and I urge you to go and listen to it whenever you can, is beautiful and eerie, telling and technopromorphic. Or there's the Chinese speed posing models who move in precise synchronization with the camera clicks, delivering digital-ready images for vast, fast fashion content volume. I don't know if any of you have seen this, but they're mesmerizing. Many of them are done for Taobao. Yeah, again, just go on YouTube, put in speed pose, Chinese model, and this amazing stuff will come at you. Yesterday, someone in the audience asked Dean Kissick, what would Walter Benjamin have made all of this? Again, I'm going to disagree with Dean, just because I like to disagree with Dean. It gives me clout. I have actually given this some thought already before, and I produced this for a publication called Post, which came out very recently. And I really believe that actually Walter Benjamin would have loved all of this. He would have loved all of this. He wrote about the golem, as Rachel Rossum reminded me yesterday. You know, there are very many antecedents to what we consider to be artificial intelligence or artificial life, and the golem is one of the oldest, one of the most archaic, and also one of the most interesting from a kind of theological perspective. And that's something that Benjamin actually wrote about and talked about a lot. So it felt like the right time for me to quit complaining and create something in the prompt core mode that would hopefully not be mid. To finish up today, I'd like to introduce the final installment of my Lorecore trilogy. It's a film made in collaboration with the very brilliant Hannah and Declan from Y7. I wrote a script which they have used to prompt everything that you're about to see. The visuals, the voices, the faces, the music. Is this a new kind of filmmaking? Well, I think everybody, all the actors and writers who are now striking from WGA and SAG-AFTRA, they think so. And they're feeling very, very scared about it. The film is called Core plus Law. It's going to drop on Zora Zine very soon. But you lucky people, you get to see it first today. The premise is an alternative Love Island reality dating show at the end of the internet. It's about 8 minutes long. I hope you enjoy it. If you don't, stay quiet. Don't tell me. Just lie. Ian, could we kill the lights, please?
Hello and welcome to the season finale of Law Island. I'm your host, Lulu Max, but you can call me LLM. How about a recap? It all began 8 days ago. 8 girls, 8 boys in a secluded luxury island resort in the middle of absolutely nowhere. These were our kings and queens of the Riz. Ever since then, Law Island has put them to the test. Our guests had to invent the most incredible things about themselves based on keywords you sent us through your socials, made up main character plots, outrageous lies designed to seduce via the DMs. But here's the thing, no one on Law Island can use their own names. Everyone is a spicy anon. You get to see all their conversations all of the time. Think of it as 24-hour intimate access. At night, as a treat, our girls and boys chilled out by the awesome infinity pool. But the rules say you can't give away which anon you've been all day long, just like in real life. So, thank you viewers for voting off the contestants with the weakest Lorecore. 14 down, 2 to go. Shall we go meet our finalists?
Hi, my name is Core, C-O-R-E. What do I do? People pay to watch me sleep online for hours. It's not as easy as it sounds. Beyond the money, which is great, thank you very much. Sleeping in front of tens of thousands of people helps me cope with a lot of anxieties. Don't get me wrong, anxieties can be hot.
Hey, my name is Law. What can I say? Got into prompting by accident, and then it just kind of became like an addiction. People think prompting is just speaking machine. It isn't. It's way more like poetry. Sometimes I can't believe I'm living this dream. And that's so cringe. It's like I tell my bros, you know the future is happening when you start feeling scared. Am I scared? Yeah, I'm scared of losing. It's okay though. I've never lost in my whole life. Prompting is winning.
Meanwhile, Core and Law are all alone on the island. They're busy on their final challenge. Invent a crazy new dating show format for humans and avatars. Who chooses the winner? All our boys and girls previously kicked out. How is that for karma? My feed is being flooded with one breaking news story.
A severe solar storm is approaching Earth. The scale is unprecedented. Immense magnetic fields will rip through Earth's magnetosphere. It is highly likely to disrupt satellites, radio signals, and undersea cables. This is the internet apocalypse the world has feared for decades. The imminent catastrophe may last months. It will plunge us and all our communication infrastructure offline. Nobody knows what the full outcome will look like.
Wait, look. Core and Law still think the thousands of cameras rigged on the island are still filming them, but they aren't. Cold, dark, black emptiness suddenly turns into a million aurora borealis. Every screen on Earth is now frozen. I'm swiping, and I'm scrolling, and there's Nothing new, there's no more content. It's the strongest feeling of grief I've ever encountered.
Lore?
What?
I miss the feed. I miss the feeling I get inside the feed.
I've already forgotten what that was like. I miss prompting, the thrill of it.
I don't know what to do with my eyes or my fingers anymore. Is this yearning? Is this eternity?
I never really saw things properly before. Did you? Look, that's the sea moving with the sunlight.
Lore, is it easier to imagine the end of love than it is to imagine the end of the internet?
Hey, I wish I knew, but I've suddenly lost the ability to output, and I'm feeling scared.
Don't be scared. We're Adam and Eve at the end of the world.
I guess this is our first date then. Where do you want to go?
It's all right, isn't it? It's really special to be able to share this here with all of you. We've been working on it for a while now, lots of iterations. I'm sure any of you who make films know how kind of blind you get after a while with all these like tiny tweaks and things. But honestly, huge thanks to the Zora Zine team for commissioning me and supporting me. And that's it. I wasn't Joshua Citarella. And we've run out of time. I hate Q&A. So I'm going to bypass it, use my executive privilege, and you all get 5 minutes, 42 seconds extra in your life. Thank you so much. Bye.
Hello? Hello? Hi. Hi. Hi, everyone. Thank you for being here. I'm Charles Broskoski, one of the co-founders of Arena. Actually, how many people here know Arena, just so oh, Jesus Christ. Oh, thank you. Wow, okay. That's nice. That's different. Okay, then I can, yeah, interesting. Okay, if you've never heard of Arena, I would describe it as the digital version of sitting and doing work at a reading room in a public library. It's a place to store and rearrange your notes and references and material online. Okay, anyways, this talk really isn't about Arena, but it does involve Arena. What I want to talk about is something that I've been thinking a lot about lately, but have kind of had a hard time defining. It's something more along the lines of motivations, specifically the kinds of motivations that people have to pursue their interests, which is related to Arena because it's something that people do on Arena. So I'm kind of using this talk as an excuse to try and think through and articulate some of these ideas. These thoughts are coming up for me because in part, in a few days, Arena is going to turn 12 years old. Thank you. And 2 years ago, in celebration of our 10th birthday, I wrote a short essay called On Motivation. When I was writing this essay, I was trying to get at what kept us going on Arena. And often when I have deadlines for something that I'm having a hard time doing, my form of procrastination is to escape into nostalgia that have changed who I am, or maybe they helped me become who I am. I'm just going to read you the relevant part of my thinking that ended up in this essay. This morning I was thinking about this book, and Half Price Books was only a block away from our apartment. After dinner, sometimes we would walk to Half Price Books to browse. I was thinking about all the time spent browsing with no real aim, and how even as a 12-year-old, there was some small intuitive sense of the things I was drawn to. I thought about the specific books that I found there and how those books led me to other related subjects, and those subjects led me to more books, and so on for the rest of my life until now. Then I started thinking about all the other important nodal points, I don't know what else to call this, of people, places, books, albums, websites, etc., that all played a part in shaping who I am as a person and what I think is important. These points are a combination of seeking things out myself and getting recommendations from important people in my life, a mixture of both passive and active knowledge acquisition. A random and chronological sampling of things that come to mind, just to give you a sense of what I mean. Alan Mendelsohn, The Boy from Mars by Daniel Pinkwater, the surfer neighbor who told me about dead Kennedys and skateboarding, the website hell.com, a friend of my ex-girlfriend who insisted that I read Borges, Corey Archangel, the website Delicious, where I met many of my most important friends, Damon's recommendation of David Bohm, and on and on. This list would be long but not never ending. If I wanted to, I could probably sit down and write it out completely. I know this because encountering something that would belong on this list is like finding a piece of a very large puzzle, especially when considered in retrospect. This got me thinking that ultimately it's the totality of these nodal points that indicate one's own unique perspective. It doesn't matter if you specifically sought out the nodal point or not, it's the recognition that counts. When you encounter a piece of life-changing information, no matter how large the change part is, you are simultaneously discovering and creating yourself, becoming incrementally more complete. Your perspective, where your gaze is directed, is made up of a meandering line through these points. Learning, or maybe some precursor to learning, is a lot about developing the intuition to recognize when something you find in the world is going to be a nodal point for you. In turning this subject around in my mind and thinking about all the people and things that have been influential, I have some idea about what keeps us going. It strikes me that what keeps us going on Arena has a lot to do with being a space where information can turn into nodal points for people, and where a person can continually develop the intuition to recognize nodal points for themselves. So since writing this essay 2 years ago, I've thought a lot about the idea of nodal points. And just to be clear, what I'm calling a nodal point is just anything in the world that has changed your trajectory. The easiest examples are the kinds like I gave, but a nodal point could also be a person, could be a friend or a place or an idea. Anything that has a hand in shaping how you see the world. I'm interested in this because I think on some level, the sum total of a person's nodal points could be at least some kind of proximity for personal identity. Or at the very least, it's an indication of a perspective. So since writing this essay, I've kept thinking about it. I've thought a lot about being into things and this kind of personal intuition towards things. The radar that any person has that leads them to different points in their life. I'm trying to understand essentially, why are people into things? Like, what is the innate attraction that draws a person to a subject, or a person to a person, or a person to anything at all? What's the impulse that you feel when you come across something and it feels like it's made for you? Sometimes you know it, other times it takes a while. But like I said in the essay, when you look back at who or what has influenced you, it's not that difficult to find the puzzle pieces, especially the important ones. One aspect of this line of thinking that gives me, I don't want to say anxiety, but it's something related to that, is this feeling of being overwhelmed by the amount of things in the world. And the idea that being a human with a finite lifespan means you have to pick which things you give your attention to. One nodal point for me is this diagram by Richard Feynman, which I actually have brought up in many talks before. It comes from a book called Feynman's Tips on Physics. In it, Feynman is describing the limits to memorizing physics formulas and is trying to make the point that if you want to be a successful physicist and make new discoveries, it's not important to memorize every single physics formula ever made. The important thing is to know how to triangulate things that you already know into things that you might have known but forgotten, or things that you've never known in the first place. The point here that he's making is that information is composable. It's constantly being combined and recombined into new things, especially abstract information. Think about music, think about art, memes, science, technology, writing, language. All of these things are composites of things that came before. Because information is composable, it will keep growing and growing forever at an exponential rate. There will always be more and more things to think about, meaning there will always be more things in the world that could potentially be nodal points for you. So the amount of selectivity that someone has to have will always increase, because the amount of things that one could potentially be into will always increase. And the amount of attention that one can apply towards these things over the course of a lifespan is fixed. What gives me anxiety is, what if there's a nodal point out there that I'll never come across? What if the one is a piece of information I will never get a chance to give my attention to? A few months ago, Laurel Schwolst and I published a conversation we had with Damon Zucconi, who is one of the original Arena co-founders, an artist, and a software engineer. And for context, Damon is one of my nodal points. He's one of my favorite artists. If you don't know his work, you should look it up. His practice of maintaining and building a personal archive is deeply influential to me. In this conversation, I asked Damon if he felt the same kind of anxiety that I felt about all the possible things that he might never come across. And this is what he said. So many of the things that have been important to me in my life have been so randomly encountered. In a strange sense, I don't think that they matter that much. I would have encountered something else, and it would have done a similar thing, perhaps. I think there are thing-shaped spaces missing in each person. Other things might have just as easily filled those empty spaces. There's an abundance, or nearly an infinite amount of things, which is great. We all have tendencies or habitual ways of looking at the world that we lean on. It's useful to identify those tendencies and then setting up ways to increase your luck surface for them. So what really struck me from what he said was that the idea that nodal points could potentially be interchangeable. The importance of these things that I hold in such reverence, that hold such meaning for me, really came into question. It kind of fucked me up for a little bit, but then I got over it. So before this conversation, I had this idea that if this is your body, and this is everything that's out in the world, then this collection of nodal points that change your trajectory is actually you. Or at the very least, it's the sum of these points that represent a unique perspective that is a reflection of you. The nice part about this version of thinking, about the idea of you or your identity being out in the world, the nice part about this version of thinking, it's like a nightmare. The nice part about this version is thinking about the idea of you or your identity being out in the world, that the boundary between you and the things you love becomes blurry. The not nice thing is that it's essentially the same thing as saying you are your interests, which feels superficial and reductive. After this conversation with Damon, I started thinking that it's not the points that are the key part. It's the line between you and the points. It's the fact that you recognize the thing that's important, not the thing itself. It's your radar. You are here. The thing in the world is not innately a nodal point, just waiting for you to encounter it. Your recognition and love and attention for the thing is what makes it a nodal point. When I tried to explain this idea to my friend and colleague Meg Miller, she said it's a verb, not a noun, which is the perfect distinction. The more I thought about it, the more I started preferring this idea. The thing I like about it most is that the lines are directional. They are more active than a static reference. I also like it because it reminds me of this idea of desire lines. A desire line is a path made by walking. It's a concept that's usually used to illustrate the difference between a design, like a landscape or a sidewalk, and what a person using it actually does. A desire line usually represents the shortest or most easily navigated route between an origin and a destination. The key factor for me, at least in the context of this line of thinking, is agency. A person is making the decision to move in a specific direction across a terrain. I like the idea of a person moving through nodal points propelled by an innate desire. I also like the idea of foregrounding agency from the perspective of a user or a viewer or consumer. People often think about making work as if the person on the other side will have no choice but to enjoy it if the work is good enough. But it's nice to think about the practice of viewing or consuming as an art form in itself. That understanding and honing your perspective and how you see the world can be as active as making work is. What I'm starting to figure out is that understanding one's own personal radar can take a lifetime. So to recap, where I stand now is, if this is your body, and these are all the nodal points in your life, you are here. Your radar is you. Not the things you focus on, but the orientation, the internal rule set, the magnetism towards things, the natural intuition that you've had your whole life. The desire lines are you. You are here. And all of this brings me to the title of this talk, Here for the Wrong Reasons, which I have to come clean about. When I was asked to speak, I was in a mode where I was feeling particularly annoyed at a certain type of person online. The easiest way of describe this type of person is someone whose interests are more strategic than personally intuitive. A person whose interests accumulate with an awareness of how it will reflect back onto them. A person who follows nodal points not from an innate desire, but from the expectation of a reward, social or otherwise. Or to put it in different terms, a person who is here for fame and not to find love. Someone must get that joke. Doing a talk where I complained about people and named names could have possibly been fun, but it obviously would have been very different. So I started thinking about why this particular type of behavior bothered me. After thinking about it for a small amount of time, I can't say I'm not empathetic to this mode, and I also can't say I'm not susceptible to it. There isn't a clean way to get around the idea that personal expression is always at least partly performative. The fact that it's performative is why it's fun. I'm also not saying at all that this is a new thing. There's always been the type of person who's performative of their own interests or pursues their work because of the kind of attention it will get them. There have always been these kinds of people. But this mode feels much more pervasive as time goes on. And honestly, I tried to get around saying this directly, but there doesn't seem to be a way around it. The problem is largely structural. There's no way to not bring up social media. Environments are emotionally contagious. If the environment you spend a lot of time on if the environment you spend a lot of time on is hyper-competitive and performative, you're going to feel pressure to act within those modes as well. What I'm saying is that there's always been pressure to act upon the desires of one's ego, but the dominant model of social media obviously codifies and enhances that pressure. As my friend and co-founder Chris Sharon said, social media turns everyone into an ad. It puts you into a mode where if you want to participate, you have to compete for attention. What I'm annoyed by the most is the brutal practicality of it, especially for my friends who are working in creative fields. My friends who are artists or musicians or writers, there's no way to get around having to promote yourself constantly. And I know that isn't quite the same thing as one's own interests being strategic, but it's a mode where you have to think of yourself as a brand, and you have to think of content as a resource. And thinking about content or information as a resource means that in some ways you're producing or consuming to cultivate a position, rather than treating content as something out there to be curious about, to be fascinated by, or to love. The distinction between the two modes I'm trying to define is that one side takes the position that being fascinated with something or someone in the world has a benefit that is self-evident. Being able to feel love towards something or someone is already a gift. The other side, the annoying side, orients fascination or association or effort towards a direction with the primary goal of having some quantifiable reward. I'm realizing that what I'm actually circling around for the nth time in my life is this idea of attention, which is unfortunate because attention is one of those words like community. It's been used and misused so much in the past 5 to 10 years that its meaning is muddled. And I'm thinking about the kind of attention that is related to social media. There is kind of this aspect of what I'm referring to that is sort of the typical social dilemma-y arguments you've heard a million times before, but attention, true attention, is something that's really difficult to achieve or define because it has no end in terms of its depth. What I'm trying to say is that if you're really focusing on the moment and something you love or something in the world that feels like it's made for you, you can't be thinking about how it will benefit you or how it will reflect back on you. Those two modes are at odds with each other. Social media comes into play in ways that we more or less know and expect, but there's a bigger structure at play as well. Algorithms pervert one's attention, definitely. An atmosphere that promotes being performative does that as well. But so does the notion of productivity. So does the notion of efficiency. True attention requires that you don't view something in the world through the lens of, what can this do for me? Part of what I'm trying to grapple with is how software or platforms or environments can get in the way of one's own feeling of being connected. And I don't mean connected to other people necessarily, I mean connected to your own intuitive radar, connected to your attention. Can you read this? It says true attention, I can't even read it. True attention is always fresh, never monotonous. You look at the same thing and see something different each time. You're always going deeper. As a contrast to this social media is bad argument you've heard a million times, I wanted to tell you about a conversation I had with my co-founder Daniel a few years ago when I asked him if he had any friends that he met online. Daniel tells me that he has 4 friends that he met on a message board when he was a teenager, and they're still friends to this day. I asked what kind of message board, and he says, music. No genre, no hyper niche label focus, just music. So, okay, music, how'd you meet these people then? He says that the message board had an option to link a SoulSeek profile next to your name. So you would see someone on this message board, maybe become semi-interested in them, and then check out their SoulSeek profile if he really wanted to determine their compatibility. How many people know SoulSeek? Oh, it's various. If you've never heard of SoulSeek, it's a file sharing platform that came around the same time as maybe post Napster actually. But it's still around and has a fairly passionate user base. The particularly great part about its design is that if you search for a song or an album, and you find a person who has that song or album in their library, you can also go through their entire music folder and see what else they have. This is an environment that's perfect for surfing nodal points. An environment is really the key word here. There's this tendency to think about software, especially software that's more on the tool side, as something like an augmentation of a human, as in the idea that software augments your ability as a human. What I sort of keep coming back to is that I really don't want that at all. I like feeling connected to things and unencumbered. I like feeling the humanness of things and my own human relationship to things. I want to be able to feel true attention, or at the very least the possibility of it. In terms of software, that often means there needs to be a lot of space, for lack of a better word. Anyway, for SoulSeek, the key is that it's just an environment that is made for the same kind of abstract actions that happen when you're surfing nodal points in real life. A person might turn you on to something, a band, a book, an artist, and later on, if that thing becomes a nodal point for you, it might lead you to another person, and that person might lead you to another nodal point, and on and on. The shared love for the thing or the overlapping interests allows you to tune your radar for certain types of people. Similar to the idea of desire lines, agency is the key component. There's the agency to move through the abstract space guided by your own intuition. In the case of SoulSeek, there's nothing that's influencing your path. An arena aspires to be an environment that's oriented around a similar purpose. As an example, this is the channel for my talk. The way that I use Arena is I'll have some fuzzy idea, I'll make a channel, and then I'll drop things that I encounter the world into this channel. Over time, my conception of that idea becomes more articulated. It's like tuning the radar. When I see things on Arena that feel like they're relevant to what I'm thinking about, I'll connect them to my channel. And if it feels particularly relevant, I can look at the person who uploaded it, see how they are thinking about this particular piece of information. Similar to SoulSeek, this activity is guided by my own intuition. There are no algorithms or suggestions or anything that could interfere with it. The key is that Arena isn't doing the work for me at all. It's just an environment that's oriented towards this type of activity. It's not doing the work of making these connections I am. For me, it's an environment that where I can tune my attention. The software that Arena gets compared to the most is Pinterest, and it's understandable why, at least in terms of the broad category of activity. But what we aspire to be is more like SoulSeek. The environment that SoulSeek creates for music, we want the same environment for any type of information. I want to find my nodal points, and I want to find the people who share those nodal points who can lead me to more nodal points. When I first started working on this talk, I was giving an elevator pitch for it to my friends to see what they would say. One friend said, isn't the conclusion just you should do things for yourself and not for other people? It's never a bad message to hear, but it's also kind of a worn out message. I really struggled with how to respond to that critique until yesterday. What I think I'm trying to get at is the opposite of doing things for yourself. Doing something for yourself sounds the same as doing something because you think it will reflect positively on you. I'm saying that we should point our attention out into the world and do things for the world. And the way that one does that effectively is to understand what connects you to the world, what draws you in, what your radar is. In order to understand what your radar is, you have to pay attention. Paying attention could take a whole lifetime to understand. What I'm continually reminding myself is to pay attention to what I'm paying attention to. So if there's something in this presentation that resonates with you, or if you've been thinking about this too, or if there's some reference that you think might be a nodal point for me, please let me know. This is the Arena channel, where you can find the images from this talk and my other references. With that, I have to name the names of some of the human nodal points in my life who've helped me think through or inspired this line of thinking. Nicolette Chow, Lucia Della Polera, Margaret Lee, Meg Miller, Daniel Pianetti, Emily Siegel, Damon Zucconi, John Michael Bowling, Chris Sharon, Mindy Sue, Michael Giudetti, Jamie Whipple, Malte Mueller, Laurel Schwolst, the person known only as Nema, and Kari Lucas. This is my email. Thank you for being here. Oh wait, there's one more thing. So Mindy Sue is going next, but our friend Kari Lucas is going to play a interlude piano. So there's no point in leaving. You can just stay right here.
Yes. It still connects to my computer. That is mine, but I think Cab left his, so I'm just going to use that and then bring it down after. This is the projector. Let me set this up first, then we can go live. This is will all stay, right? We'll just turn that off. Okay. That's fine. Cool. All right, we're good. Yeah, so that's the chair that we were gonna use that chair, but we'll wait. Hi, everyone. There we go. Wow, it's so nice to be here. We haven't tested this the mic yet. Can everyone hear me okay? Great. I don't know if we're supposed to start right on the dot, but we're a couple minutes past, so I think we might start. One second. All right, I'm Mindy Sue. I just want to start with a thank you. Thanks so much to Alex for the invitation, as well as Caitlin and Ian for facilitating all of this. The entire FWB team. Conference organizing is extremely hard, so give a lot of grace to that team this weekend. They're doing a great job. It's also so nice to be following Charles Broskoski and Kari Lucas. But I'm gonna get started and keep an eye on time, and then we'll save questions for the end or just talk informally afterwards. So this book, the Cyberfeminism Index, it's a source book. It's a chronology that's annotated, and it's also a collection of online activism and net art from the past 3 decades. And it's structured as an index of indexes. And I'll kind of walk through what that means in a moment. But first, maybe it's more important to ground this talk with what is cyberfeminism? So historically, there have been a lot of different definitions of this term, almost by design. It's always embraced this constant mutation and allowed for people to self-identify and constantly change the term. So I would describe this by breaking apart the word itself. So this prefix cyber first emerged in Norbert Wiener's cybernetics of the 1940s. I'm sure this group is familiar with the field of study of cybernetics, but in the most reductive one-liner, it proposes that not only are you impacting a system, that system is also impacting you. So you're in this constant behavioral loop of inputs and outputs, and the feedback loop is something that we often see in cyberfeminism as well. Cyber then appeared in the 1980s science fiction novel Neuromancer by William Gibson. Have people read this book? Yeah. So Gibson's Neuromancer was important for a lot of reasons. It kind of predicted these sensory networked online landscapes that are very much in conversation today. However, Gibson's cyberspace was also very characterized by the male gaze. So you have fembots, cyberbabes, depictions of women in robotic or assistant-like roles. So when cyber was then fixed to feminism in the early 90s, this was done by 2 distinct parties, unbeknownst to the other. The first was the British cultural theorist Sadie Plant, and the second was the Australian art collective VNS Matrix. So by bringing together these seemingly disparate word parts, it was almost an oxymoron or a provocation. How could feminists or women or marginalized communities shape what cyberspace might be? And we see a whole range of examples throughout this book, many of which are juxtaposed with each other, but I think that cacophony is something that we're trying to, again, very much embrace. The sticker itself comes from the website of the Old Boys Network. So this collective was a 1990 cyberfeminist collective based in Germany, and the sticker itself comes from Helene von Oldenburg's research on the public opinion of what cyberfeminism was. And it was met with a lot of confusion, as you can see by this pie chart. But again, instead of clarifying a unified definition of what cyberfeminism included, they instead wrote the 100 antitheses. See, this was a manifesto that listed 100 examples of what cyberfeminism was not, in multilingual and poetic ways. So again, by leaving it undefined, we allow an embrace for the constant mutation of the term, and we'll see how that shifts from the 90s to now. This book is also the edited hard copy of a soft copy. called Oops, sorry, hold on. All right. This book is also the edited hard copy of a soft copy, cyberfeminismindex.com. So this website came out in 2020 with a commission by Rhizome, who has that cinema screening room on the other side of campus. It was made in collaboration with Angeline Meitzler, with help from Charles Broskoski, who just gave a talk, as well as Janine Rosen. So this website, which I'll get into a bit more later on, was almost trying to change the hierarchy of how we see print and web. They're quite complementary. So when we think of a book, it's often seen as more reputable. It's immutable, it's finite, it's concrete and material. But a website is, because it's so mutable and ephemeral, it almost is relegated to something that feels less stable or less legitimizing than something like this print. But for us, the cyberfeminismindex.com is our stable source. That website was designed, hopefully, to be with as much posterity in mind as possible. And the book almost acts as a snapshot of a moment of the website's mutation. So even when we froze the website to create the manuscript for this book, there's already been around 300 additional entries on the website. And all of you can submit, cyberfeminismindex.com. This book is also an interface filled with hyperlinks. So we tend to think of the hyperlink with the digital connotation, but many of its precursors are analog. So things like indexes, bibliographies, footnotes, citations, these might all be seen as analog hyperlinks. In entry 146, Cyberfeminism, Connectivity, Critique, and Creativity from 1999, in their editor's note, they actually call their cross-references a hypertextual link. And then throughout the book's pages, you see this eye icon that push and pull you to different parts of the book depending on related themes or juxtaposed themes. So in this book, our cross-reference or hyperlink are these green pills. You have 1 to 3 in each of the entries. So if you were to follow a hyperlink learning trail in this book, that might read something like this. Cyberfeminism is a mutating word with a nebulous history. Its evolution is less a single root system with multiple branches than a network of entangled rhizomes, constantly and multidirectionally moving. Virginia Barrett of the Australian art collective VNS Matrix has described cyberfeminism as anti-genealogical, anti-authorial, and a hostile mucus, never faithful to any origins. Cross-reference 8. VNS Matrix, 1991. The most consistent VNS Matrix genesis story is that VNS Matrix crawled out of the cyber swamp in the particularly hot summer of 1991, and via an aesthetics of slime initially generated as porn by women for women. VNS Matrix forged an unholy alliance with technology and its machines and spewed forth a blasphemous text which was the birth of cyberfeminism. VNS Matrix was on a mission to hijack the toys from techno cowboys and remap cyberculture with a feminist bent. This is one story. There are also stories about a slime consciousness operating via spiral space, cross-reference 181. (181) Tales from the Puppet Mistress, Gash Girl, 2000. Years after losing my machine virginity to a Mac 512K, I have slipped through the reality grid into the clear, violent haze of spiral space. Desire. I slide through the luminous screen to inhabit the spaces between words. The keyboard is constantly sticky. madness. An erotically reconstructed replicant, my biocode is being rewritten. This is better than any drug. Cross-reference 646. Discortizadora, Ripper. Mestiza of the southern pussy, meat of a pussy that expels word vomit, conserved by death and disgust of the colonization representing an ancestral systemic violation in live meat. I do not feel pride because I was born full of prejudices. No man's land, cross-reference 95. Confessions of a Webback, Guillermo Gomez Peña and Evan Thea Shipstead from 1997. You call yourself a webback. Do you see yourself as an intruder on the net? Yes, the number of Latino students, artists, and activists on the net is minute, but we want to participate in the national and cultural debates, and many are permeated by technology. I consider myself a coyote, a smuggler of ideas. We want net inhabitants to get used to a new cultural sensibility, but we do encounter the linguistic border patrol. So as you can see here, the primary section that we're in now kind of feels like an encyclopedia. And similar to reading an encyclopedia, you likely wouldn't do that cover to cover. You might open the book at random, find something that resonates with you, and then in this book, you can find other things on the page with association or use these cross-references to hop to different parts. Seems very related to Cab's talk. If you're looking for more of a guided tour, there's also a series of collections. One of these collections was made by Nama Gathere, who's here today, and you might see a lot of works of people in this space in this book already. But here we invite us various artists, activists, scholars, collectives to create a theme, such as Indigenous futurism, and then select 10 to 20 entries from this book related to that theme to maybe relieve some of the pressure of not knowing where to go when you encounter a large book. If you're looking for some more serendipitous discovery, there's also the Index of Images. All New Gen, VNS Matrix, 1992. Sabotage the databanks of Big Daddy mainframe. Your guides through the contested zone are renegade DNA sluts. The most wicked is Circuit Boy, a dangerous techno bimbo. Be prepared to question your gendered construction. Genital Panic, Merry Magic, 2020. We must reconsider the normative body and how disobedient bodies are already pathologized. From the medicalization of infants born of ambiguous genitalia to the disqualification of intersex athletes on the basis of biology, these guidelines matter. They determine how we are policed and how we are surveilled. The Black Trans Archive, Danielle Brathwaite-Shirley, 2020. Welcome to the Pro-Black, Pro-Trans Archive. This interactive archive was made to store and center Black trans people, to preserve our experiences, our thoughts, our feelings, our lives, to remember us even when we are at risk of being erased. So when you first encounter this site, you're greeted with 3 options. The first is if you are Black and trans. The second is if you're trans, and the third is if you're cis. And depending on your selection, you would have access to a different type of content within this online space. Time Traveler, Skawanati, 2008. This is a website from the future. Watch for upcoming episodes in which Hunter Deerhouse sails to Europe with Pocahontas in AD 1615, aids and abets the Dakota Sioux Uprising of 1862, and finds true love in the Kanawake Mohawk Territory in 2009. So what you're seeing here is the trailer of a machinima. A machinima is a portmanteau of machine and cinema. These are often films or plays that happened in video game landscapes that were then recorded. And you can watch all 6 episodes of Time Traveler on Skawanati's site now. Skawanati is also seen as the first indigenous net artist by many. Afro Cyber Resistance, Tabitha Rezaire, 2014. We need to quickly snap out of the Web 2.0 fantasy of the internet as a promised land. Whatever visions that ideologically shaped this technology at the beginning of the development of computers have now successfully been structurally organized to serve the primary interests of North American governmental bodies and the commercial interests of the world's wealthiest companies. Okay, we're going to read a couple more of these, and then we'll go behind the scenes. The Bitch Mutant Manifesto, VNS Matrix, 1996. Your fingers probe my neural network. The tingling sensation in the tips of my fingers are my synapses responding to your touch. It's not chemistry, it's electric. Don't ever stop fingering my separating holes, extending my oozing boundary. But in spiral space, there is no they, there is only us. Suck my code. Daddy Residency, Nahi Kim, 2019. I plan to have a baby after 7 years by artificial insemination, and I'd like to have a variety of companions for that rigorous but invaluable parenting experience. So I'm launching this open call for daddy residents who want to raise the baby with me for a certain amount of time. The application deadline is July 31st, 2025. That means everyone here has 2 years to apply to be Nahi's baby daddy. Last but not least, the Old Boys Network, 1997. The Old Boys Network is regarded as the first international cyberfeminist alliance. Normally, the term Old Boys Network is used as a metaphor to describe an informal interrelation of men. Nowadays, Old Boys Network may be used for a dangerous cyberfeminist virus. So this reading hopefully gives you a sense of the cacophonous language behind a lot of the entries within this text, but I also wanted to give you an understanding of how this project came to be over the past 4 years. So when I first began the process, it started with a spreadsheet. I scraped the bibliographies of academic articles like Donna Haraway's A Cyborg Manifesto, and while this led to many valuable references, it primarily cited Western theories of technology and ecology. Then, in learning about the New Women's Survival Catalog, a 1973 publication by Susan Rennie and Kirsten Grimstad, it was billed as the Whole Earth Catalog. I'm sure many people have heard of the Whole Earth Catalog here. Yes? Have people heard of the New Women's Survival Catalog? No. So this book came out the same decade. It was a New York Times bestseller. It was billed as the feminist Whole Earth Catalog. And yet it's kind of under-recognized. And we can attribute this to this, I don't know, I think it's about 30 volumes and multiple spin-offs of the Whole Earth Catalog. But the New Women's Survival Catalog almost acts as a document of second-wave feminism at that time. And it looks something like this. So this also started as a bibliography, this book. Susan Rennie and Kirsten Grimstad were creating a bibliography at Barnard. Their advisor told them that a revolution could never happen within an institution, that they had to go grassroots. So they got in a car, drove across the United States, and ended up in Los Angeles. And along the way, they collected resources such as aid for sexual assault survivors, tips on how to get a divorce, feminist bookstores, etc. And we end up with this document. So my version of the road trip was the spreadsheet. I called friends who referred me to others, scholars, artists, activists, and etc., who then in turn referred me to others. And this spider web of references ended up becoming the foundation of what became this publication. One of the first people I spoke with was Judy Malloy. So Judy Malloy also made a compendium called Women, Art, and Technology. She also uses these terms yak and hack to refer to theory and practice. So yak is yak, 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 like talking. Hack is hacking or making, and how these two are undeniably intertwined. So in this spreadsheet that you can see, the top left says yak and hack. The things at the top are all of the categories, such as floss, free libre open source software, hacktivism, AI, etc. The green are all of the media types. These are your syllabi, your net artworks, your manifestos, etc. However, when we were first adding things in this way, you can see that things don't fit neatly into singular columns. Things are often tagged across multiple categories, and it didn't really allow for the blurriness in between categories, let alone the ability for people to determine what those categories should be. This is Ted Nelson. Ted Nelson is considered the father of the concept of the hyperlink, as well as Xanadu, a proto-internet, but he also is the creator of Zigzag, an n-dimensional spreadsheet tool. So when digital spreadsheets first appeared, they were considered functional programming for the masses. These were liberatory technologies. Anyone with access to a spreadsheet and a personal computer could start to do some fairly complex computations online. However, quote, conventional data structures, especially tables and arrays, are confined structures created from a rigid top-down specification that enforces regularity and rectangularity. This is a quote by Ted Nelson, and he's about to kind of zoom in and show how Zigzag works. But essentially, the idea is, when you're creating a regular system, you have to slot people into things where they don't quite fit. But if you're able to create a regular system that embraces the irregular, then maybe the main group can fit into your predetermined categories, but it still allows for a lot of modification along the way. So here is a 2x3 cell or grid. You can basically select a cell and then add in many directions. Oh. What time is the next? I think I have 10 or so more minutes, but shout out if I'm going over. I just want to give a quick note that Ted Nelson coined a lot of terms like rectangularity and hyperlink, but he also coined teledildonic, and I'll show you an example of what that is. So this is the logo of buttplug.io, and it looks like a squid, but it's actually a butt plug where all of the tendrils are different ways to, access different machines. So I think that's a nice example of maybe what he imagined a teledildonic might be. But if you break apart the word, it's essentially like remote access stimulation through a dildo. Okay. Container 2. So the first container was the spreadsheet. The second container was the website, which you got a glimpse of a bit earlier. So when Angeline and I were working on the website, one of our primary questions was, how do websites age? According to Forbes, the average lifespan of a website is 2.5 years. And by that duration, our website would already be down because it came out in 2020. So one of the sites, because we had a plethora of examples to look at, we were trying to kind of study why some sites tend to feel a bit future-proofed compared to others. And one of them was the 100 Antitheses, which I also mentioned a bit earlier. So this site was hard-coded by Cornelia Solfrank, a very seminal net artist, in 1997 for the first International Cyberfeminist Conference in Kassel, Germany. They did change the URL, but if you go on this site today, it still works perfectly. And we can begin to guess why that might be. So it's using a lot of defaults. It's using your header 1, header 2 list items. It's using these default form elements, like this drop-down as a navigation. You can get a sense of the color here. It's using CSS Blue. It's also using Arial. So Arial is a system font, one of the very few that was co-designed by a woman, Patricia Saunders, for IBM in the early 80s. That's also why we use Arial narrow in this book and Arial on the online site. So when you get to cyberfeminismindex.com, it appears to be a fairly standard table, but upon interacting with it, it's made to feel a bit unusual. This green blur appears, your selections are added to the side panel, which we call the trail. So whether you're selecting intuitively or intentionally, you can begin to see some links between what you're actually selecting. And I don't think there are any copies of this book here. I think there might be one in the library. But in theory, you don't have to buy this book. You could go on the website, which has more updated content, select what you want, download it, and print it as a reader. People have asked, are you going to print a second version of this book? And I would actually prefer putting my energy towards making that print system way more complex, so you can actually just export it directly to a print-on-demand service, much to the disdain of my publisher. Okay, so let's talk about the third container, this book. So let me go to one with a date. When we were trying, I was working with my good friends Laura Combs. We were trying to wrap our minds around how to make this book as quickly as possible because just publishing deadlines being tight and et cetera. But we also realized because we're kind of following a certain system, we could script the book. So we enlisted the help of Lily Healy, who's a programmer who actually scripts every single issue of The New Yorker, which is a weekly publication that tends to follow a variation of layouts. So what we did is we froze the website, we downloaded all the content into Google Docs, and Andrew Scheinman and I, an amazing editor, spent about 6 months editing this Google Doc. And that looks something like this. So that's the Google Doc. It's color-coded, so you have red title, green metadata, blue annotations. The cursor you see here is Lily's. She's downloading the Google Doc as an XML file. And as she opens up this InDesign file, it appears to be blank, but it comes pre-tagged with grids, guides, object styles, paragraph styles, character styles. So when Lily drags in the XML, it appears to magically populate around 400 pages of this book. Okay, but hold your applause. So, because this book, so let me just show you just to get a sense. This is roughly the amount of was scripted in the scripts that you just saw, around 400 pages. But starting from page 1 of that section, it is in flowing columns. So what that means is every time you add a line break, you get rid of a widow, you add an image or a caption, it pushes all subsequent columns. So we found that if we saw a typo or needed to edit something, it was actually faster to re-script the entire thing rather than playing this puzzle of constantly pushing all these different pages. I think it really goes to show that even as we try to create these efficient and seamless technological systems, they're often in the background is this invisible human hand that's really massaging and doing a lot of this work. So we actually ended up typesetting this for several months in layout. But every single template that you see here, from the pull quotes to the various indexes, the full bleed images, and the image index, all of those are different scripts that we then collated. The fourth container of this project is maybe this AR that you were seeing earlier. So I wanted to kind of disclose how this was made because I really do see this as almost a fourth project under this umbrella of cyberfeminism. I worked with Tommy Martinez, who is a sound artist and programmer, and we were trying to figure out how we can make the book an interface and really show how complementary web and print and digital and print actually are. So what we conceived of is a bespoke AR app, which you can see through my Frankenstein camera device. This is actually a lamp arm with a webcam and a weight that I have to carry around in my bag so it doesn't tip over. But what we were able to do is basically every time you have a high contrast image, you pick a 500 by 500 pixel square of that image away from the gutter to act as an image target. So as I'm flipping through, the camera is scanning, and if it sees a target, it'll display an image. However, there's always something. He built this in Unity, by the way. What we see as high contrast, like this image by Mary Magic, actually doesn't have enough contrast to register an image target. So because I wanted a video to display for this piece, we actually put the image target here. So what you can see is it's basically attached to half the book, and it has no association with this page whatsoever. But again, it doesn't really matter because you're seeing this connected. We also have works like Shuli Chang's IKU. Her new film, UKI, is actually coming out this year, I think 15 years later. So this image, again, we see as high contrast. But because the camera it's only registering gray tones in black and white, so if you look at this tonally, it's actually quite flat. So no matter where we put this target, it could not figure out, it never sensed it. So what we then decided on was the key press. I don't remember which one IKU is, 1 second. I think it might, yeah, 1 sec. This. So a key press is just a video that appears when you press a key, not related to the book at all. But again, it doesn't matter because we see them overlaid and we create the connection for us. This is also really helpful in moments like these where when I was creating these image targets, I had one for virtually every 10 pages of this big index that you see, but it just can't see this, and it can't distinguish the difference between this and this. So that's when we use key presses, to kind of pull images and videos on top. But I think it's a nice way to kind of think about how to talk about new media while also demonstrating new media, perhaps. And it's been a nice exploration of how we can kind of enact some of the things that we're talking about, theory and practice. I think with that, I'm going to close with the acknowledgements. So this is a title sequence, typically reserved for the ends of films, but it really goes to show the whole network of people that make projects like these possible. So not only the people who were doing a lot of the things behind the scenes, like the publishers, the institutions that gave us grants, et cetera, but also the front and back matter, like the foreword, the afterword, and the collections. But also, as mentioned, this book is primarily crowdsourced, about 60 to 65%. So these are the people that I first had phone calls with that set that foundational layer. And the submitted by are all of the people who submitted entries on cyberfeminismindex.com. One thing Laura and I talked about a lot was this is a crowdsourced volume, a co-authored volume. Why is my name on the cover? So when doing our research into different books kind of related to this, such as textbooks, phone books, history books, etc., you'll often find that the byline is often invisible or non-existent. And what this kind of implies is that the document that you're looking at is some sort of objective truth or singular history. And this type of, a book of this size also kind of has that presence. It feels like a tome. But I think by foregrounding some sort of authoring editor, it suggests that this is a large volume, but also very much curated by a subjective bias with rules of moderation created by myself. So perhaps it gives someone to celebrate, but it also gives someone to blame. And blame they have, because I've gotten so many emails about removing this or this is wrong or et cetera, and I welcome those because, as mentioned, this is a constant work in progress. But I think all that said, I also want to just show like how fucked up my book is. I started using this as a yearbook. I would have different panelists for these book tour events sign in here. We're actually doing a workshop tomorrow related to yearbooks with Charles Broskoski and Print Arena. So it's after closing remarks, but if you stick around, you can go to that. But I kind of wanted to end by talking about the title of this talk, Reconstructing a Future, which is a title I did not pick. But I think it's interesting because it suggests how other people, or at least a group of people, might be seeing a project like these. And something about creating a book that's essentially a source book, a resource guide that you're putting out into the world, you want people to abuse it, for their copies to get this beat up, and for them to mutate what the purpose of this actually is. So in many ways, I kind of welcome that title because it really shows me how people might be thinking of something that kind of appears to be a historical volume. But with that, thank you so much. Thank you. Thank you so much.
No, I'm...
Check.
We saved those for you guys.
Do you want to come on? Have a little round table?
It's good for the TikTok.
Yeah. Passport. Leo made it.
All right, I think we're ready to get started. My name is Jose. I am from FWB, and I will be your delightful host for an exciting conversation about creativity with two very special folks who I'd love to go ahead and have introduce themselves. Starting with you.
Starting with Mac.
Please, Mac.
What's up, guys? My name is Mac. I am a creative director and world builder at an augmented reality platform called Jadu. I have done creative work with artists and companies like Apple, Adidas, Sophie Tucker, Grimes. I do fine art, digital art, and I might be most well known in the Web3 community for, I think, destroying the open edition market with the Grimes War Nymph drop in 2021. But yeah, exciting to be here.
I'm Kosta. I am not a creative, but I
work
with a lot of creative people. And my function, working with these creative people mostly, is to help them connect with brands and figure out how do we create something that the creator themselves is happy with, and then also the brand gets the value that they want out of the partnership. And recently, I just launched a consulting firm called Department of Culture and Technology, where we're hyper-focused on bringing in as many creatives as possible and helping them find partnerships with institutions, nonprofits, brands, and anybody else who sees value with working with artists, creative directors like Mac. And yeah, thanks for having us here. I'm excited to chat.
Awesome. So the first question I want to throw out maybe is defining something that I think we're going to be talking a lot about and kind of understanding your perspective on it, which is the word value, right? I think often in this space, whether we're talking about Web3 or AI, this idea of like value being this unit of exchange, the value that's attached to certain types of projects. I'm curious from your experiences, like what you mean when you use the word value most commonly.
I'll go first. So it's an interesting topic because value has changed for me personally. I remember early in my career working with artists, and we were working with brands, and what the brands wanted was not an Instagram post or a tweet or to be in their YouTube video. They wanted you to be in their advertisement or show up to an event, really kind of taking your time, right? Time was a big thing that we were selling from the creative. Now, I'm having negotiations with brands where they want 3 Instagram posts, and I have to fight them saying, no, 2 Instagram posts. If we want 3, just give me more money. There's really no value, that's being exchanged, right? Like the artist technically can create as many Instagram pictures or tweets as they want. It's unlimited. But we have to treat their space as something that has limited value or value with a limited amount. And so it's really interesting how value has really changed because now we're optimizing for algorithms, for likes, follows, and shares, and that's what the brands are looking for, right? When they're working with a creative, They're really looking for how successful was this post, and that's how they're gonna see what their ROI was, right? So I'm trying to get away from looking at a lot of these things in the context of just social media, right? And trying to figure out where else do we create value around an artist or around creative. So yeah.
Mac, what's your take?
I think growth. I think as a creator, if you're working on something where you're not growing, there is no value to it. I think that that's one of the things that is probably a lot of people struggle with today. If you are not developing new skills, learning new information, then there's gonna be no growth, and then there is no value to it. Obviously getting paid is nice, but that's, I think at the end of the day, that's like a minimal part of it when it actually comes to value.
Something that's interesting about that to me is that there's this kind of dichotomy between like value as an indicator of or an ability to grow, but also something that you said is like value nowadays is almost like you have to create scarcity to create value, because otherwise we're working in these like canvases that are like limitless, right? So one of the things that we were talking about before is the power of process, and how a process is such an important part of creativity, and one that is often obscured away by technology. So I'm curious for you, Mac, like knowing the work that you do, your relationship to dealing with the fact that oftentimes the process is something that doesn't get seen, perhaps doesn't get valued by audiences, and how you kind of like grapple with that.
Yeah, I think that, I mean, from an audience perspective, value is different, right? I think that audiences, they want to gain some sort of material value, narrative value, some sort of education. But what's happening with technology, and I think Web3 tried to, really tackle this with the scarcity aspect of it, is that we do live in a world of abundance. And that technology is making it easier and easier to just replicate and build faster than anything that we can do, and that we're going to be inundated with an abundance of digital content. That obfuscates any sort of process. It's not needed when you work in a world that's entirely ends-driven. I think from a value perspective, it's about approaching it from the means. From a creative perspective, you want to approach it from the means. Like what, yeah, I lost my train of thought there.
A question I wanted to ask kind of in the middle of it is it a good thing, this like abundance era that we're in? Do you think it's leading to like better work, more creativity, or are there downsides to it?
I mean, I think that we saw with Shumon, his creative output with the AI was actually like really fun, and we're going to see a lot of experimentation. I think that if we see experimentation, we're going to see good creative output. I think when it comes down to an algorithmic, perspective, we're going to have people rushing to like hit those metrics that at the end of the day are not going to matter that much. They're going to become inflated or diluted. So there's going to have to be a new metric that we approach it.
Speaking of metrics, Kosta, I feel like you don't fuck with metrics.
Unfortunately, I have to fuck with metrics, but there is one metric that a lot of people don't think about, and it's personal. Like, what is the value you're getting? Going back to what you were saying, like personal growth, right, is important. But through kind of the process of creating something, you do have to think about, what am I actually getting out of this? Not what is the client getting out of this? Am I spending my time the right way, right? And I think part of what we're struggling trying to, as a society, everyone's trying to make money, right? Everyone's trying to create value so that they can, spend the next 5 years to then make $1 million, a couple million, whatever number you have. But the issue is when you spend your time optimizing for value, you end up forgetting to live your life. You end up forgetting that, I gotta see my family and my friends and take care of my health, right? And those things sometimes, especially now, are not as talked about when you're creative, when you're trying to make money, right? But don't optimize for metrics is, I think, my personal point of view here. Optimize for personal value.
How do you manage to do that when you know that like the metrics are the thing that like your clients, for example, it's like the only thing that they care about? What does striking balance look like?
Well, let me give you a scenario. We were talking about this earlier, right? Like if we both make the exact same art, right? Literally same thing. But when you post it, it gets 1 million likes, but when I post it, I get 0 likes. Does that mean that your art that you create is more valuable than my art, right? This is something that we're struggling with. Like technically it is, right? Because it got more likes, but that system was created by a corporation to keep people addicted to an app, right? So that the people on this app can see more ads. And so if I was creating that art, but I enjoyed the process of making that art, whereas maybe your process was maybe a little bit more difficult, maybe I had more value. Maybe I had a better time creating it. So I think when we're only thinking about metrics as the value of our art, it kind of deters people away from actually creating things that they really want to create.
Mac, what's your take on that same question, and also how that connects to actually earning a living from your art?
I mean, I think we talk about financial literacy, and I think a lot of people in the creative world are learning that, but we've made some huge mistakes over the past decade. What we're seeing with the writer's strike, the screen actors strike, is that financial literacy is lacking significantly, and that ultimately, if you want to, develop personal growth with your work, you need to be thinking about the financial side. You want to have time, and you want to be able to have the resources to be able to go develop and learn new sides of your skill set and your trade.
Where I have an opposing point of view. It's like when you are trying to create for money, the art sometimes feels just different. It doesn't, I don't know, sometimes you feel like this isn't real. And maybe that's where we are as a society, because there's an overabundance of creativity, of music, art. It now just feels kind of throwaway. And I don't know how many of those people are creating just to make more streams off, so they can make more money, so they can pay for their food or their rent.
Well, it also gives you more artistic opportunity.
Bro, just say you hate NFTs. It's okay.
I don't hate NFTs. I own a lot of NFTs. I've never sold an NFT, but I have many NFTs. So I don't know.
I want to delve into that maybe a little bit more, which is like Web3 is kind of talked about as this like beautiful land where people can finally like own things digitally and make money off of them in a way that harkens back to like selling your beautiful glazed pottery in a town square. But I think when we're talking about like the financial literacy aspect, one of the things that's often missing for folks is like most people who do creative work don't know jack shit about like free market economies and how they work. And so I'm curious about sort of the pitfalls of like financialization and Web3 and what you think that's going to do to creativity, along with the onset of like AI and every other technology that's on the horizon.
I think when speculation becomes a part of the system, it takes over the entire system. I think that we see that in our real estate. We see that in so many different economies, and we saw that in NFTs. It completely destroys, for the most part, the actual meaning behind any of the art. And if people are always looking for how can they flip it, what is the reward, what is it going to be the return, then it's not about the art anymore. It's just about the speculation.
What is the intention of the person that's creating is super, super important. Just that question of why. I think most people that, I don't want to say like all of them, but most people that have gotten into the space, they want to make money. They're like, I see an opportunity to do something and to make money really quickly, right? And I think that that's systemic to what kind of quote unquote Web3 is. Everyone's here to make money as fast as they can, and that just personally think creates a toxic environment, right? And I think places like FWB have created an environment that's not just about making more money from a token the next day, right? I actually wanted to ask this question of like how many people in this room joined FWB because they thought their token is going to be worth more the next year.
Be honest. Raise your hand. There we fucking go.
Yeah, exactly. One guy, and I know that guy.
Another quick hand-raised question that I'd like to ask, just given what we're talking about, is how many people in this audience make money off of art that they create? And I mean that directly. Like, you create things that you then sell to the people who care about the artwork that you make. Okay, cool. So you just talked about it feel like it potentially is a very like toxic environment. How do people navigate their way through that? What are counterbalancing forces? And how do you kind of find your way towards a sort of more holistic approach to being a creator in this space?
Trying to figure out what problems are you trying to solve, right? So instead of coming into the space or trying to go into your intentions of like, I want to make money, trying to figure out like, what can I contribute? What is my personal value that I'm adding to this community, society, my neighborhood, my family, whatever it is, right? That's how I think you navigate it, right? Is you literally just think about the why, and the why can't be money. It's just like, it's gonna go down a really dark path if that's what you optimize for, you know? Yeah, so the way you set your intentions going into the space, I think, is really important.
What do you think about that, Mac?
I think this comes down to what we were talking about with the means as well. I think creatives like to work in a place where they get energy, and you get energy from a culture, and I think that you get that from the means. Like, why are you doing this? What is the process that you're taking? What is the discovery that you find? And with that, you kind of find like people. And that is where you start to get a lot more meaning as well.
So you're saying that sitting on Discord all day and then banging shit out in Blender isn't the way?
I mean, that's a means. That's a process.
Okay.
It might be incredibly depressing, but it's a process.
How do you counterbalance that, right? I mean, like, FWB is, of course, an interesting example, but FWB is like one group. Do you think that there needs to be a sort of like resurgence of or return to kind of working in like smaller communities and finding like-minded folks who are not like sitting across from a computer but are actually in the same space as you? Like, how important is being in the flesh to kind of the future of the creative process, in your opinions?
Super important. As a society, we no longer have shared values, right? And so if you can find a group of friends that you have some sort of shared values with, and you collectively also figure out like, how can we work together? How can we actually take what we care about and create a company, create a product, do an event, whatever it is. Not only are you gonna provide value for your community and your society, but you're actually gonna enjoy the process of creating that value way more, right? So yeah, that's kind of where I'm coming from.
And we were talking about you kind of have that in a sort of digital way still with the chat that you talked about. I'm curious what topics y'all have been talking about recently, what things feel like they are exciting to think about and focus on amongst your little cadre.
Well, I've got a question for Kosta about the department and the structure of it, and how you feel when you're building a new consulting agency that has a bunch of creative directors or creatives that are completely decentralized. What does that look like?
Yeah, I mean, this goes back to kind of what we talk about in that thread, and I want to get back to that question too, because there's a thing that we call Mac GPT. But so my mentality going into the department and building this stems from like the last 15 years of working at an agency, working at a big brand, and most of my career on that end was selling pretty shitty products like Red Bull. Red Bull fundamentally...
Red Bull's delicious. What are you talking about?
It's horrible for you. It's sugar water, basically, right? And I realized what I was doing towards the tail end of my my career there, and you know, it was quite amazing what we were able to accomplish. Like through my job there, I was able to support a lot of artists, and artists like Kendrick Lamar, Tyler the Creator, really early on in their career. And at the end of the day, I realized like I'm actually selling a really shitty product to kids, And that just gave me like anxiety attacks when I realized that. So what I wanted to focus on after that is like, how do I find brands or people that are building products that are trying to provide some sort of positive impact to society? So, for me, it was really focusing on A, how do we find clients that are doing good things with their products? And B, how do I create an environment for the team to thrive? Because I actually, the traditional consulting mentality is like clients first. Everything for the client. Like, fuck you, fuck whatever problems you have, the client comes first. I wanted to flip that and talk about the team. Like, if my team's happy, then the client will be happy. If my team is not thriving, is not having a creative environment, then the client is going to suffer. So we are optimizing for our internal team and making sure that we create a nice environment for them, and finding brands that we align with.
Do you think it could work at a decentralized level? And how can you like bind the upside for the creators inside of the department?
I just know how difficult running a DAO is, or anything that's decentralized. It's quite difficult. And I think at a certain point, or until a certain point, I want to have control in setting a path. And maybe there is a time when we maybe create a decentralized product. But I think fundamentally the department, I don't want it to be decentralized. I want it to actually be centralized, but have maybe some elements of, third-party studios or third-party creatives that can come in and go out as they please. I call it really the playground for us, like for entrepreneurs, for creatives. I also have like a lot of creative friends that are like super, super talented, but they don't know how to send an invoice or feel comfortable sending an invoice to a client. I feel very comfortable sending invoices. I love doing that. So, we love to invite creatives that like, hey, we can help you build your infrastructure, make sure you're paying your taxes, make sure you're, following the guidelines that you need to do as a freelancer so that you don't get in trouble or so that you can actually monetize your creativity. That's like I think for me, building it with elements of decentralization is great, but as a fully decentralized organization, I think would be really tough right now.
How does FWB DAO work?
Go.
Who said it works?
Yeah, exactly.
The intention.
Yeah.
The intention of it working.
Listen, I think that FWB started off as a really weird experiment, right? Which is like, oh, I'm going to create a token and invite a bunch of homies to Discord, and we're going to talk about this weird crypto shit. And then a year into it, a bunch of people with way too much money on their hands say, this seems cool, would you like some of this? And that's a very hard thing to say no to, and we chose to say yes to it as a community. I think that the one principle that I would say that has been most interesting to kind of like emerge out of FWB is this interplay and balance between the voice of the community and the sort of like paths that get presented to the community from kind of the core team. That relationship hasn't always been one that feels like smooth and frictionless, but I think what it has done is shown that like things that are filled with tension and chaos and uncertainty can still lead to outcomes that are beautiful and allow for people to feel seen and heard, and that create opportunities like this for all of us to kind of like join in and thrive in a certain way, even if only for a certain point in time. But it's messy. It's super messy. I think it'll continue to be messy. I think, to your point, DAOs are super difficult. If we had figured out like human coordination, there would be a lot less chaos out in the world, and I wouldn't be terrified of the apocalypse every time I wake up in the morning. But you wake up and you try, because things like FWB and even kind of the approach that you're taking to department like are worth fighting for, because they might point to a better future.
I hope so.
With the DAO and the fund that you guys make money back from this, where does that go?
So any funding that comes back, part of it goes to like ops, right? Operating expenses, keeping people employed so that they can lead happy, healthy lives. The rest goes to the Treasury for people in the community to put up proposals and vote on to decide what they want to do. We voted on whether or not to do Fest Part 2, and that was a really interesting conversation because Fest Part 1, while it was an amazing experience, didn't exactly make us a shit ton of money. But the value of bringing people to this space and creating an opportunity for connection was important enough to us that we decided to proceed with it.
Transparency. I've seen the documents that you guys share with like the spreadsheet of like where all the money is going, right? To the core team, to the Treasury. I think transparency is super important when you're building a company. I'm trying to incorporate some of those elements into the department as well. And for the team to know exactly how much money we're making, where that money is going, I think is really powerful. And it probably makes I hope, we have a small team, so it's quite easy right now, but as that team grows, I think there'll probably have to be trade-offs, right? And I think this is maybe where something like DAOs, when you have thousands of people that are seeing every single decision and can vote on a decision, can see where the finances are going, they're maybe trying to figure out like, well, how do I participate more or try to get some of this money from the Treasury or, whatever, make this my job. So I think at the end of the day, it makes the organization better when you're more transparent.
Does FWB have any products?
Do we have any products?
Merchandise or fashion or?
Listen, I think of FWB in many ways as kind of a weird lifestyle brand when you look at it through a certain lens. So yeah, like we've done merch drops, we've created software. We very much think of Fest as a product, and I'm sure people have heard of us like kind of talking about it as a platform for other people to build on top of. I think that I'm the guy in FWB, so I've been a part of it for a long time, that every, 2-3 months, we end up like having someone ask a question, like, what is this? Like, what's our purpose? And my answer, because I'm an asshole, is yes. Because I think that the beauty of any kind of scene or system is that the moment that it gets defined, it usually dies. That's something that I've experienced in like the music world and the art world, where the second that something becomes packageable and like commoditizable, it loses its magic. And so the thing that I'm always kind of pushing for is for us to constantly reinvent what it is, constantly reinvent what the products are, always be thinking critically about like what surfaces make sense for people to interface in, and allow room for people to find their way to us in whatever way they need to, which I think kind of is really similar to what you were saying earlier, which is that deciding to do things for money, get it, necessary, like money is really important. Maybe that's something that we can start to talk about a little bit more here, but the process is really important. Like the journey matters. The things that you find along the way incidentally are what actually make life really rich and really exciting.
Yeah, I agree. And what I see with like coming here is that there's a very specific culture that is already like feels planted in what FWB is, but it also feels like there can be like a lot more developed, right? You have an audience base or a collective that is extremely creative. There is obviously capital and the currency that can feed into stuff, and that there's obviously like there's a shit ton of knowledge on how to like get things out into the world pretty quickly. I guess, my question is that this is like kind of could this be a model for the future of what creative and like what creative systems look like or collectives look like if you start to develop, be a little bit more ambitious as well developing the products? Because this stuff at the end of the day, it's like you can test and iterate really quickly, especially when you have this type of talent and such a, and this much energy, that you can do it pretty quickly. And is that something that the department could take on too?
Yeah, part of this is to create like a hive mind, right, of different pillars. You have the business pillar, right, like people who are thinking about the finances, accounting, right, like figuring out the structure of the organization, all those type of things, right? And then you have all the creatives that plug into it that are, that the business is helping to service in a sense. So I think that like getting creatives to come together with entrepreneurs, to come together with business-minded people. I think that's really a really awesome future, right? Where everyone kind of works together, but has their own lane, right? And I think also equity is really important. Ownership is really important, right? When I think right now there's such a massive just issue in our society where all these tech companies, they don't really value the creatives. They don't care, right? These companies are optimized to provide shareholder value, not to make it a better environment for the writers or the directors or the graphic designer or the product designer or whatever. They just want to increase their share value. So I think if you can bring in creatives and give them equity, which is something, we structured the departments as C Corp, so everybody that works on the team gets shares in the company. And that was really, really valuable to me because I also learned this at Red Bull. Like, it's a private company. I would have to work for the rest of my life, more or less, at that company to then retire. So, okay, I'm going to spend 30, 40 years working at a company selling sugar water. And then I'm like, okay, great, I can retire now. Awesome. Why not start a smaller shop and, work with people you want to work with, find people that do things that are better at doing things than you and certain things, right? And kind of work together, create that hive mind so that you can really provide value and just create a nice environment for you to live your life,
I have to ask, what maybe is potentially a difficult, provocative question, which is where do you take that 5, 10, 15 years down the line in a world where potentially things don't get better for creatives, things don't get better for folks who care deeply about building community, a world where a lot of the technological innovations that exist are still creating more chaos than more freedom for people. How do you stay motivated to keep fighting that good fight, keep doing things in a way that's trustful instead of trustless, which I think is a really hot topic for folks who care about Web3. How do you stay motivated to try to create a better environment for people who want to make a living off of the beauty and craftsmanship that they can bring to the world?
Hack? As a creative?
Japan. No,
As in move to Japan and take over all the abandoned houses because their population is dying off, or?
Yeah, or we figure out how to make cocktails in tiny little bars in Ginza and.
You heard it here first, folks. Izakayas for everyone.
Exactly. Ultimately, I think it's supply and demand, and I think that that the kind of world that we're in right now is there's just an oversupply of stuff that we don't know what we're doing, and I think that that's the same for jobs. It's there's a lot of fake jobs and there's a lot of fake businesses and a lot of fake products that no one actually needs or cares about, but a lot of just money and capital is thrown into it. So they are just kind of these zombie companies, and I think that people are more or less feeling like they're. Myself included, that they're working on stuff that fundamentally does not matter. But I think going back to, again, the means and what is the process and how does culture evolve out of that? And that if you look at stuff that, subcultures that emerge, it's not stuff that is just ends driven. It's not just you're wearing an aesthetic, that feels artificial, that there is that people can sniff out authenticity, and that comes from how much are you willing to commit and build in a specific system. And I think that in a world where we are going to have this, tsunami of digital stuff that is going to be very ends driven, there will just be this, there'll be an oversupply, and that demand will look more or less elsewhere. And out of that, hopefully, I think that new cultures will emerge, which will value different things.
If you are creative and you're working at a corporation where you do not have equity, run, because that's a recipe for anxiety and depression. I have friends that work at Apple, right? Some people, this is a dream job. I'm going to work at Apple. They all want to leave because they're I don't get any sort of personal value out of this, right? I'm just like a clog in the machine. And even though they might get some shares, their day-to-day is dreadful to them because they're just one person in a massive line of, people that are making decisions, and they don't really have potential decision-making power, right? Even if you're an executive at a certain point, someone else is going to make a decision for you. And my advice would be to either go find friends that you think are creating something cool, or start your own thing and invite your friends to build something with you. And I think at the end of the day, if you're creative or a creator, I know those are fake terms. We established
They're
that.
both bullshit.
Yeah. But if you're someone that wants to do those things, try to seek people that are doing the thing you want to be doing and see if you can join them and participate and get, skin in the game. And hopefully, it is a tough thing to do, and this is kind of where we go back and forth. It's like, well, we are privileged to be able to do that, right? But if I'm trying to pay rent and get some food, my basic needs, I might not have the luxury. However, I would say people here all have the luxury to figure out what they want to do in their life, right? And figure out where is my time most valuable to society or to my community or to my group of friends or family. That's like, for me, just find a scenario where you have ownership and your art is actually valued.
I think with the last few minutes, a question that just came to mind is actually inspired by something that Shumon Basar said when he was speaking earlier, which is this idea of technopomorphism, which is like human beings starting to emulate machines in order to like stay competitive in this like algorithm-driven world. I'm curious about not that specific point, but like in the same ways in which we're adaptable enough to mimic machines or to produce things in a machine-like way in order to stay competitive for the resources that we need to like eat, live, etc. Do you think that there's a potential change in the nature of money that happens, the change in the nature of the resources that could happen that would make it easier to lead more fulfilling, creative lives and not end up getting eaten by various forms of artificial intelligence?
Like LK99?
Shout out to LK99, my favorite rapper.
Maybe. I think that it's never been easier to make currencies with blockchain, and that's going to create a system where a lot of people can make different blockchains, which we're already seeing. But if they are in fact fungible and we can trade them and we have new metrics of trade or measured like systems of trade, then I think typical currency and how much people, and how labor is thought of like may shift. But yeah.
Yummy, yummy. Ice cream.
Gang, gang.
Gang, gang. Again, I'm a broken record here, but just figure out what the fuck your purpose is and what you want to do with your time. There's a million ways for you to make money. Like, it's never been easier for you to make money. If we're trying to compete with machines, we're gonna lose, right? But it also, we're going down that path, right? We were talking about earlier, like the end path that we're on is the matrix. We're plugged in, we're in the goo. That's the most optimal way for the machines, to live life. And so I think we need to figure out, again, like ways to go around the machines and just create your own systems, create, an environment where you're hyper-focused on the time that you have and the time you're spending and who you're spending it with. That's, I guess, what I'll leave it with.
That's a great spot to end it. Any questions in the audience or any statements about anything that you saw here that you liked or disliked? Speak up.
How many of you guys came here for this talk versus the AC. AC, yeah, I figured.
Oh, back there? Question, or are you just raising your hand because you came here for the AC? Sick. Good choice. This was excellent. Thank you both for this conversation.
Yes.
Thank you all for being here. I invite you all to resist the gooification of your existence. Find your people, find your tribe, build cool shit. Have a great time. Bye.
Live your life.
Podium's good, yeah.
Hi, guys. Thank you all for being here. So, thank you, Don Juan. I appreciate you. I'm going to take this off of here. So, I see some faces I know, some faces that are new. It's lovely to be back here. I was here last year for the first time, for the first FWB Fest. It feels like a lot has changed. I know that there are two things that unite everybody in FWB, and those two things are sort of touching creativity and somehow on that path touching blockchain, Web3, whatever you want to call it. So I figured I would tell you guys a bit about my journey as an artist and some of the lessons that I've learned along the way that maybe there could be a cool takeaway for all of us. So I, once again, am Danny. I grew up in a small town in New Jersey called Watchung. My town had a population of 5,000 people. I started drawing when I was in preschool. I went to preschool in the basement of this little dusty church, and they had finger painting, and I was immediately drawn to that, and I started drawing these little cartoon characters, and that became just a part of my life that stuck with me throughout the years as I was growing up. Reaching my high school years, I found an escape in those little cartoon pictures. I found this world that I could reliably disappear to, and that's such a great interest to every high school kid. Is always like, I just want to disappear, I just want to get away. So for me, that took the form of ultimately painting pictures in my bedroom. And it was this very private, almost meditative thing I would do where I would paint these pictures of this cartoon world and I would just get lost in it. And one by one, I'm painting all these pictures until every surface that I have has a massive canvas leaned up to it, and my room has become the most colorful place I've ever been. And I remember very distinctly I was making one of these paintings, and I sort of exited my very psychedelic trance, the meditative trance that you go into when you're doing a repetitive motion like painting. And I acknowledged how at peace I felt, how at home I felt, how mesmerized I felt, but also the fact that this was an experience that was sort of quarantined to my room, and how great it could be to be able to venture out into the world and have everything be as colorful as this space. So that was the first time I really thought of myself as potentially an artist. Like maybe I could want to do art with this. I grew up loving creativity, but I loved creativity in the sense that a lot of my peers loved creativity, which was anything that we found on the internet. And for most of us, that took the form of music, that took the form of sort of fashion at times. It took the form of internet virality, any sort of creative videos that a person could make or creative photos that a person could make that would travel far and wide. And to me, this was my relationship with art. I grew up with my idols being Iggy Pop, the Rolling Stones, because I was like, this is art, this is what is reaching me. So when I decided, I think I want to be an artist, I started from this place of having idolized artists my whole life, and there was never a moment that I stopped to realize that these artists that I was looking up to, they made art that did not look like mine and did not take the same shape as mine. For a kid, especially, or just somebody that hasn't really dissected the creativity that they're looking at, medium isn't really something that jumps out so much. So to me, I was like, I like art, because I knew I liked consuming creativity. And no, it never crossed my mind that I couldn't name a single painter. But furthermore, that I wasn't even looking at paintings. But my exposure to creativity, along with everyone else, really did embolden me to say, you know what, I think I can do this. I think I can do something here. So I decided I was going to share my art with the world. Really quickly on that journey of like the pursuit of I want to bring this to the world, I learned that the job of an artist is twofold. The first thing you have to do is you have to make your creative products. But the second thing that you have to do that is often overlooked is you have to deliver them. And really quickly it became evident that all of the art that had just like seemingly showed up in front of me throughout my life, that I had naturally encountered, that none of those encounters were as natural as I had believed, that there was somebody puppeteering that at all times, that you don't just stumble upon things in this world, somebody puts them in front of you. And if I wanted people to feel like they were stumbling upon my stuff, that I would have to be the puppeteer, that I would have to be the pusher. So I took this idea of bringing my art to people very literally, and I took to messaging people on the internet. And I just started messaging anyone I could find that I thought would like my artwork, anyone I could find that I thought would be able to share my artwork, and I just told them and showed them, this is what I do. Give me 1 second just to take a sip of this water. It's dry out here in Idlewild. Thank you guys, I appreciate that. So one of the people I messaged me back, and he said, I want to help you throw your first art show. He wasn't any more particularly qualified to throw an art show as I was. As you know, at this point, I'm like 17 years old. I am actually, it's not like, I'm 17 years old. He wasn't particularly qualified to throw an art show with credentials. You know, him and I had the same amount of credentials. But he taught me some lessons that defined the trajectory of my career. And there were lessons that professionals might look at and say, that's wrong, but also lessons that folks that are the greats, that have succeeded, would look at and say, that's right. And what he taught me was, everybody is trying to get their foot in the door. You know, you want to be an artist, everybody's trying to get their foot in the door. He encouraged me to look at it alternatively as peer through that door, look at what those people are doing, and tell me why we can't just do that too. You know, they are only human, as are we. They're not particularly special, you know. And it's a funny way of putting it, but there is so much truth to it that while, yes, we were naive in thinking that throwing an art show was as simple as putting paintings on a wall and inviting people to come out, also, it kind of is to a degree that simple, and nobody starts out knowing what else to add on top. And you know, perhaps for a more modern audience, we would find a different way of going about things. So whatever it is, we decided to throw this first show, and by every metric, the show, like, numerically was a success. People turned out to the show. I sold my artwork. You know, in fact, it was such a hit, quote unquote, that it got shut down. That the fire department showed up and said, show's over. And despite all of that, I found myself looking around with two main takeaways. And the first thing was, I was not particularly happy. I felt like what I did was I threw a party. And my grand vision that I started with was, I want people to get lost in the world that I was getting lost in my bedroom. And you know, I played through the scenario in my head. If I did everything the same but took my art off the walls, would people have still come, and would people still have had a comparable time? And I felt like the answer was yes. I can't confirm that, but I felt like what I put on was not really about the art, and I wasn't sure if that was my fault or not. And the second takeaway was, okay, cool, like, it's possible to just do the things that we set our mind to. You know, it's possible to do these big things without permission and really just like, yes, peer through the door and copy to a degree, and say, you know what, like if nobody's gonna give me a shot, I'll give me a shot. And that was really empowering. And still, you know, I had this vision in my head that there was this mission of bringing that colorful cartoon world to life, so I decided I would just up and move to New York. At that show, I met this girl from a prominent art world family in New York, and she offered to take me around with her family to all of these big galleries in New York, you know, and do a run of just like the biggest galleries. So I went with her and her family, and we saw the Lower East Side galleries where the artists were starting out, and we saw the Chelsea galleries, which is the biggest honor for an artist, you know, like you've made it. You're in the real galleries. And that was really where it hit me for the first time that I did not know a single one of these artists. And at that point, I had started feeling really confident in the idea that I did, in fact, have my finger on the pulse culturally, and that I knew what was going on, that I knew how to be a tastemaker of sorts. And with that, as I'm looking at all these galleries, that was the first moment where I was like, you know what? I think the problem with my first show wasn't me. I think maybe the problem with my first show was perhaps the medium, perhaps the world that revolves around that medium. And, you know, I'll delve into both of those. In regard to the world around that medium first, the market around art, you know, what we refer to as the art world, it's an interesting, unique one, where music, for example, in order to survive as a business, you have to reach people at mass. You have to get everybody interested in what you're doing, and it's a numbers game. While with art, the quantity of items that you're pushing to people, and in terms of actual consumption, if we're talking about financial consumption, is really, really low. And it became evident, I guess, at some point in history that you didn't really need everyone to care. You needed one group of people to care. And that getting everybody else to care, if it was going to be a non-factor, is just an unnecessary burn. And, you know, we saw, I guess, you know, as the human race, as, you know, as society, we saw art become this, like, this quarantined bubble. And I love that term, quarantine bubble, because it ultimately is a really great analogy for Web3, but we can get to that in a bit. Art has become this very, like, quarantine bubble, you know, not become in our lifetime, but art is this very quarantine bubble where it's not reaching people at large, but furthermore, the impact of that culturally is people like me, when they actually are faced with environments that are presenting art, even if we're allowed in the room, find ourselves looking at this stuff thinking, I don't belong here. I am unqualified to be looking at this. I think that I am not educated enough for this. It's really just sort of this, like, this perceived qualification barrier. It's an odd thing because creativity historically is this thing for the common people almost, you know, in addition to, yes, the wealthy, but it's like the idea that creativity is something that should have barriers to consume, it's very backwards. So, you know, I found myself looking at that saying, there's a problem with the world of art, and there's a problem that has resulted with the actual medium that it's unapproachable. And that when I'm trying to reach my peers to work in a medium like this, my peers are going to feel out of place. They're going to feel like I'm not making stuff for them. And I really did think for a second, maybe this just isn't for me. But also, once again, this through line was, might as well try something. You know, I have an idea, and I want to I want to bring that idea to life. So the first thing I tried to do was change the medium. I said, I'm going to take the same creativity that I was putting into these paintings, and I am going to try to put it in other forms that maybe people won't have preconceived notions about. And I started throwing immersive shows. You know, whether that was in the form of building out large sculptural environments or really just breaking the mold more and getting weird. But the first show that I did, the first immersive show that I did, my idea was that, you know, if it's really difficult for somebody to walk up to a painting and get lost in it, perhaps I could remove this, remove this lift on the viewer of doing all of that work in their head and just really have them walk into a room and they're inside of the painting. And do a build, put the creativity everywhere, and furthermore add like performers in it. And it doesn't really matter the specifics of the creativity. What really matters here is the idea of just like switching to an immersive format. And the first show that I did that, I looked around that room and I saw on people's faces what I had hoped to see in that first show, and it was so affirming that I sort of got hooked, and I went on this prolific run of throwing immersive shows where I did about 10 in a year. It was a really exhausting and really rewarding period that ended with COVID coming. And I was kind of stopped in my tracks because I had felt like I had stumbled upon something new. I was looking at thousands of my peers at this point coming out to every show that I was throwing. It was kind of unheard of to see such a youth-oriented turnout around art in mediums that were not, music, and mediums that you could define as like fine art. And now I couldn't do it anymore. So I'm there in my room once again, but now I'm in New York, and I'm stuck. And I'm like, okay, I have to figure out something new. And that was when I first came across Web3. And Web3 initially excited me so much because in the same way that I was interested in immersing people through these like very complicated build-outs and shows, it became really clear to me that with my medium being on a screen, anything that I could dream up, any creative idea that I could dream up, I could make it exist on a screen. And with everybody stuck inside, I had an audience just kind of waiting to stumble upon something that could entertain them. So with this creative potential, I was like, I wonder what it would look like to carry over sort of like interactive art to, the viewers now at home. And the thing that really set this apart in regard to like Web3 as opposed to just like the internet before was now with this technology, all of the sort of value props around ownership that allowed us to really grant an emotional and a sentimental value towards our belongings. With this now in the picture in regard to our digital artwork, it felt like the art that we were making on our screens suddenly was going to be able to be considered to be real. And that was very appealing to me too. So I came out with my first collection, and the idea behind my first digital collection was that, forgive me, the dryness. The idea behind my first digital collection was that imagine a painting, in the sense of what I wanted to do with my first show, imagine a painting where a viewer can really, really get lost in it. I figured, well, on a screen, I could make a digital artwork that a person could actually climb inside of, that a person could, oh my God, forgive me, I'm going for the water one more time. Thank you. So I made this series of artworks where viewers were able to actually enter the art piece in the form of a 3D interactive world. And when you would go into that 3D world, which was the environment in your digital art piece, you could go on adventures in there. And when you left that 3D world, what you did would impact your artwork. What you did would now be added, essentially, to your artwork. And it was this very fresh idea to me that was like this mirror to my dreams in my bedroom of like how people could engage with art. And it was so exciting to me, and I was so excited to see the response be so explosive. We wound up with tens of thousands of people around the world engaging with the digital art that we were doing, and it felt like it felt like we really had hit something new, something so exciting that was taking over the world. And we all remember that moment of like, wow, like Web3 is the new thing. It did not last that long. What immediately came was the media, the cultural narratives, and just the ethos around Web3 becoming this is a casino. And as I'm watching this unfold, I feel in real time like any creativity that I wish to put into the medium of Web3 has the potential to be undermined as nothing more than a vessel for people to gamble. And once again, I feel like I have just done this tour of the galleries in New York. And I'm like, what do I do here if this medium that like hypothetically should be able to reach people so much like a painting has now been tainted and is now being actively tainted in real time? And if I learned anything from that gallery tour, a really natural response to that is, well, change mediums. And this is a room of people here that have put a good amount into Web3, and that's like a tough thing to hear, is like the sentiment of, well, just walk away from this. But a lot of people aren't coming to Web3 because they have a passion for blockchain or, sorry, I'm so sorry, or a passion for Web3 per se. A lot of people came here because they have a passion for what Web3 can enhance about the things that they do love. And if Web3 finds itself in a place where it alternatively is jeopardizing their mission or jeopardizing the things that they do love, it just becomes, in a lot of cases, not worth it. And I'm not saying that like this is the point in the story where like we abandoned ship, because we didn't. And we're not there yet. And I'm not talking about us, like, I'm talking about as a collective. We are not there yet at the stage that it's like, okay, we're on the Titanic and it's sinking. But I did start exploring other mediums again. And, I turned to clothing because I saw that clothing as a medium was another thing that I could put the same exact creativity in, and people did not have these preconceived notions and connotations that would take away from people's ability to feel like this was something for them or something that they wanted to engage with. And it was sort of a waiting period that I went through of still watching everything that was happening in Web3, but being hesitant to engage because all of the loudest voices seemed to be focused on just to keep it simple, again, like the casino. A few months ago, we put out a project called, sorry, oh my God. A few months ago, we put out a project called Crowd. And it was a digital art collection where I took a painting that I had made, and we just made it this sort of explosive display of color. And it was really just like that simple. It was a look at, sorry, I'm having a lot of trouble breathing. I have asthma, and Idlewild is not helping with that. It was this like very creatively explosive display of color, just like a dive into here is every combination of our favorite colors that we have curated throughout the years. It was an entirely creatively focused thing, and we saw it become the biggest drop in OpenSea's history. And that was during the bear market and during this period where it seemed like Web3 had moved entirely away from creativity. And looking around, not only at people's excitement around it, but also at what the conversation was around it and how much excitement viewers and our industry peers felt towards seeing something rooted in creativity thrive. It reunited me with that first moment of coming to Web3 and that first utopian vision that all of us really got hooked on. And it really reminded me that this dream is still alive and that there still is so much possibility here. But to loop this all back around, if we wish to see the visions that we all believe in reach the world at large in a format that is powered by Web3, because there's so many creations that could only exist if powered by Web3, we cannot allow this medium to be tainted. And I really encourage everyone to look at what they are doing and what they are supporting. One moment. Sorry, it's so dry. To look at what they're doing, to look at what they're supporting, and really ask, are we making paintings here? Are we making only paintings, or are we making music? You know? So that is what I have to say about my journey, and I'm super open to do a little Q&A, but thank you guys. Does anybody have any questions, or do we want to call it a day? You. Yeah, totally. So to say it on the mic, the question is, doing immersive shows, for example, is something that has like a really high barrier of entry. You could say the same about like despite the fact that, yes, like Web3, since all of this is on a computer, it's like very accessible per se, the knowledge that it takes to do development, for example, is, it's difficult, and as a result comes with a high price tag. So like, it feels like the entry to a lot of these things really requires extreme capital. Oh my God, I really cannot breathe. So when I started out, I did that first show. I wound up with, like, I don't remember the exact number, but maybe we'll call it like 10 grand in my bank account. And I moved to New York with that being my bank account. My model when it came to these shows was, I'm going to need a different value prop if I don't have the galleries. The galleries come with this sort of security that, well, if you buy this artist's work, it's an investment. And, us deeming this artist as worthy tells you, your investment is safe. For me, without a gallery attached to me, to say this guy's work is worthy of buying, I had to compensate in other ways. So my model, which was like a risky one, but I would do it the exact same way again, and I continue to, was I'm going to get as many people as I can on my side. I'm going to make the biggest splash that I can by doing a show. And then after the fact, I'm going to cross my fingers and hope that I made a big enough splash for somebody to reach out to me and say, hey, I know you're doing something. I see that all the kids are involved. I think there's a future here. I would love to buy a piece from you, because if you went to me on social media, I was really just posting my paintings. So the first show that I did was on a budget of practically nothing. Everybody was volunteers just by calling up, as many people as I could possibly find, being like, can you help me do this? After that show, a bunch of the people in the audience were like, this was amazing. I would like to be a part of the next one. And it just kept on growing and kept on growing until what started out as me in the first chapter, now Creature World is, a team of 15 people with so many more collaborators. But with all of the shows that we've done, we have yet to throw a show beyond that first one where I was in high school where anything is available for sale. The shows have just been about, let's share the creativity, and the creativity, when it is engaged with en masse, in turn is rewarded, as sort of that domino effect. Yeah, so the character I started painting when I was in preschool is what turned into the creature. Throughout the years, it evolved a lot. The funny thing relevant to this is when I was in preschool, in that church basement, that is where I got asthma, and that is why I'm having trouble breathing on stage right now. Well, so obviously, with all of the friends that we met in this space, and with like how much our creativity was discovered and consumed in this space, I do have a very like deeply personal connection to the world of Web3, and I care about it. And I think it's easier to make a point by saying, I don't care, because that is how so many people view it, and I want people to get through their heads that people first and foremost care about their mission, not about something they found along the way that they have sentimental feelings towards. In my case, yeah, like I do care, but for me, I really just, in the sense of an expression of my care, I rejected the casino type mechanics that people were doing with their work in Web3, and I really just committed to strictly creative output in hopes that that was something that would have room to catch on. And there's a lot that I could say towards that, but it's a longer conversation, you know. I think we've got everybody. So thank you guys so much for hanging out, and I'm gonna go get some tea.